A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed, Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Miss McBride, I want to put through a long-distance call.
Sure thing, Mr. Norton. I love scaring them long-distance operators. Where to?
I want Mr. Victor Carrington at Adams 7600 in Chicago. I'll take it inside.
Okay, Mr. Norton. Say that, Mr. Killian. All men are alike. After making all that fuss, I see he ate the sandwich I gave him. Hello? Operator, get me Chicago, please. I want to speak to Mr. Victor Carrington at... The circuits are busy? Well, get on your horse and call me. I'll have him in a couple of minutes. Meantime, I'll get after the superintendent downstairs. I got to give him a good piece of my mind.
Now, take it easy, Lottie. It's only your first day. I wish I could find those blueprints.
They're found.
Where are they?
You left them at home. I called up about half an hour ago and spoke to your mother-in-law. Your wife's bringing them over.
Well, I'll be hanged. What a treasure.
Hello, dearie. I'm calling for Killian and Norton in 912. Are you the superintendent of the building? Oh, that's swell. Now, you listen to me. You've been getting away with murder. But you knew you'd get caught, didn't you? First place, we need new window shades. You haven't any? Well, that's all right. We want Venetian blinds anyway. Yeah, and how many years ago were these windows washed? Before what war? Well, I want them washed before Monday. And how about your cleaning women? What do you got them using up here, dearie? The bare hands? Say, listen, if you don't like the way I talk to you, you just be sure and get everything done or you'll be hearing from me every day until it is done.
Hello. Why, it's you. I don't believe it. I thought you were going to work for Johnson and Groweiler.
Well, hello, dearie. They were closed.
Oh.
Oh, say, are you the girl they asked the agency to send up for the new secretary's job?
Well,
Oh, that's a shame. I grabbed it yesterday.
Oh, no, the agency didn't send me.
Well, honey, like I said, if the job was right for me, it wouldn't have been right for you. Now, you sit right down there, and I'll just give your agency a little call, and we'll see if they can't send you someplace else.
But I'm not from the agency. You see, you've been so nice to me, you haven't even given me a chance to say.
But if you ain't from the agency, dearie, how come you came up here? What agency is it?
But I'm Mrs. Norton.
Well, Mrs. Norton, I see you made it.
Good morning, Mr. Norton.
Well, get this. You're Mrs. Norton.
Mm-hmm.
What a handsome couple, as they say. That's one on me. Mr. Norton, I almost got you better half a job filing carbons. Oh, dearie, why didn't you tell me who you was?
You never gave me a chance.
We women sure talk a lot, don't we? It's all right. Men talk a lot more. See you on your way out, Mrs. Norton. I'm working on your Chicago call, Mr. Norton.
All right, Lottie.
Should be through in a few minutes. They got all the circuits busy.
No great hurry, Lottie. Don't scare too many operators.
Only when they need it, Mr. Norton.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you got them?
Got what?
The blueprints, of course.
David, I have a terrible confession to make.
Huh? How terrible is it?
It isn't really my confession, it's Bluff's. He's very sorry about the blueprint, but it tasted wonderful.
You mean he ate them?
Oh, only a little piece of one.
Some men are hounded by their creditors, but I am hounded by my hound. How much did he eat?
Here. Better look for yourself.
Well, that isn't as bad as it might be. He only chewed one of the trees on the sketch. Don't be so proud, Miss Fix-It. If it had been Lottie's, the dog wouldn't have dared lick a blade of grass.
You mean to tell me Lottie is more efficient than I am?
I do.
I don't believe it. You know, I thought so, too, the minute I met her in the elevator.
Is she the girl you were trying to tell me about yesterday?
Of course, the minute I saw her, I said, there goes David's secretary. Only you wouldn't listen to me. Does Roger like her, too?
Like her. He's practically mesmerized by her. I wonder what's holding her up on that Carrington call.
Oh, you're going to tell Mr. Carrington that you're turning him down?
I am.
I wonder how he's going to feel about it.
Oh, he won't feel it all. He'll just go out and get another architect to move to Chicago and build him his freight terminal.
But there isn't any architect who can do it aside from you.
You confine your remarks to me as a husband. There he is now.
How are you going to say it?
Hello. Hello, Mr. Carrington. Yes, this is David Norton. Yes, they told me you were away. Did you have a nice trip?
David, what's he saying?
Mr. Carrington. Yes, I'm calling about that freight terminal project. You are? Well, I almost wish you weren't, Mr. Carrington. Oh, no, I'm still very interested in the whole project of a more effective freight transfer system, but, well, certain things have developed. No, Mr. Carrington, your offer was very generous.
It's just what I told you. There isn't any other architect.
Yes, Mr. Carrington. Well, I know that you want the architect to work directly for you rather than a consultant, and since I've just become a member of this firm, I don't feel I ought to or want to leave right now. Oh, Mr. Carrington. Yes, well, let me say that I think you're absolutely right in wanting the architect to work for you. Mr. Carrington? Hello? Hello, Mr. Carrington?
What happened? What did he say?
He didn't say anything. I've been cut off. Now I can't even get Lottie.
David, you sit there and watch me explode with curiosity. What did he say? Didn't I tell you you're the only architect in America?
Say, who exactly is this Carrington bird?
Lottie, I was cut off. Can you get him back for me?
Let the gent get himself back. Who is he now?
He's a very important man in Chicago. Wanted me to go to work for him.
Wanted you? From where I sit, it sounded to me like he wants you out in Chicago this minute.
Lottie, did you listen? What did he say? Mr. Norton won't tell me.
Listen, would I do a thing like that? I just left my key open.
Mm-hmm. What else did you hear?
I heard you trying to tell him that he couldn't have you his way, so he'd be better off not to have you at all. That's when I cut him off.
Lottie, you cut him off?
It was killing me to listen to Mr. Norton.
Well, you'd better get him right back again, Lottie.
You were so slow, Mr. Norton. It seemed to me like you ought to have a little more time to think things over.
Mr. Norton's been thinking about this for weeks.
Well, maybe so.
Now, go on, Lottie. Let's hear the rest of it.
Well, he sounds like a big butter and egg man, this Carrington gent.
Butter and eggs and a lot of other things. Go on.
Well, you know how these big-timers are. You see them all the time in New York. I was in Chicago for a couple of days one time, and you can take it from me, they ain't no different out there.
I'm taking it from you.
When they want something, they want you to know that they want it their way. Then when they can't get it their way, they'll take it any way that they can get it.
I see what Lottie means. Do you really think so, Lottie?
Well, I'm not interested in Carrington unless it means that he hires the firm. Well, I know he doesn't want that.
Well, maybe he doesn't want it, but maybe he'll take it. You see what I mean now?
Yeah, I see, but I don't know. All right, we'll try. You get him back on the phone, Lottie.
What's the hurry, Mr. Norton? We got all day.
Well, let's do it right now. I want to hear what happened.
Yeah, we know he's in his office now. We wouldn't know about that later. Go ahead, try.
Yeah, well, he knows you're in yours, too.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean you think he'll call us?
I'll give him 2 minutes. See? The 2 minutes is up.
What do you know?
Killian and Norton. Mr. Norton? May I ask who's calling him, please? Mr. Carrington? Mr. Norton is here. Please put Mr. Carrington on the line, operator. Mr. Norton is right here. Please put Mr. Carrington on the line first. Hello, Mr. Carrington. Are you sure this is Mr. Carrington? Oh, I have Mr. Norton for you, Mr. Carrington. 1 moment, please.
Hello, Mr. Carrington. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we were cut off. Yes, Mr. Carrington, we're very interested in the project, but... Yes, but only as a firm. Well, I'm sorry, sir. That's the only way we'll consider it.
Say, where is everybody?
Shh, Roger, David's talking to Chicago.
Who does he know in Chicago?
Well, I realize that isn't how you originally wanted to handle it, Mr. Carrington, but I'm afraid it's the only basis on which we'll consider it. Yes, of course. We'll be able to come to Chicago for consultations. Well, Mr. Carrington, I suggest you write us a letter, and Mr. Killian and I'll give it our immediate attention. Yes, I certainly will, Mr. Carrington. And thank you. Goodbye. He sends you his regards, Claudia.
Thank you.
I suppose that eventually someone will tell me what's been going on.
Roger, we've just got a new job.
Really? What is it?
Victor Carrington. You remember? Out in Chicago. He's commissioning us to do a freight terminal for him.
Victor Carrington?
Mm-hmm.
A freight terminal? The freight terminal? Do you realize what that means?
Yes, I think I do.
It's the biggest thing we've had in years. It can put us right on the map in raised letters and gold ink. It's tremendous.
That's how I feel about it.
All on account of that article of yours? Do you mean that the telephone rang in the office, you picked it up, and there, like Aphrodite coming out of the surf, was Victor Carrington on the other end asking us to do this job?
It was almost like that, Roger.
It was, huh? Then why did he send his regards to Claudia?
Oh, that. He didn't mean it particularly. It was just a way of talking.
Just a way of... How well do you and Claudia know him?
You don't miss anything, do you? Doesn't amount to anything. Claudia sat next to him at one of Julia's dinner parties. You know what they're like.
And he talked about freight terminals then?
Oh, nothing much.
Nothing much that you want to talk about, you mean? Out with it.
Well, there was some talk of my going to Chicago and working for him on it. Then I decided against it. I thought that finished it.
Hold on a moment. Victor Carrington offered you a job, and you turned it down. To stay with me?
Oh, you nosy old codger. Don't you know there was more for us here?
Oh, David, don't try to laugh it off. I think you know how much this commission means to me. I'd like to tell you that your decision means even more.
Well, thank you, Roger.
Oh, no, David. It's I who thank you for many, many things.
I think you both ought to thank Miss McBride.
Miss McBride? Well, I can see by your faces that I'm going to wait a long time for the explanation of that one.
Mr. Killian, telephone.
These programs star Catherine Bard as Claudia and Paul Crabtree as David. And the entire production is supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Why scrub and wash and iron without let-up? Why not work refreshed? Your menfolk stop at that familiar red cooler for ice-cold Coca-Cola during work hours, but you don't need a cooler. Just keep plenty of Coke in the refrigerator. Then all you have to do is reach into the refrigerator for a frosty bottle. See how much easier it is to finish your chores when you work refreshed. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you, transcribed, with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again Monday at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir. And remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Good evening, Queen. Welcome once again to Mr. Pleasure. Tonight our stage has been taken over by The Crime Photographer, written by Alonzo Dean Cole, and based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Horman Cox, and played by Stat Cotsworth. Casey, ace cameraman of the Morning Express, covered the crime news of a great city. His adventure for tonight, the reunion.
About 9 o'clock in the evening, a luxurious suite in our city's most expensive hotel. One of its present occupants is a strikingly beautiful woman. In her hands is the latest fashion magazine, but she stares at it without interest.
Irene?
Yes, Ruth?
You haven't turned a page in that magazine for half an hour.
I've been thinking.
Oh, Irene, why don't you put him out of your mind?
If a man had done to you what my husband has tried to do to me, could you drive it from your mind?
Oh, yes, I know.
I made Kurt a success. He was just a poor weakling when I met him. I made him a great sculptor. I made him rich and famous. Now he's repaid me. But he's not going to get away with it.
Your lawyers will see to that, Irene. They told you they can nullify that divorce Kurt got from you.
When I think of the rottenness of it,
don't anymore.
Ruth, when you and I were in South America, the trip Kurt persuaded me to take for my health.
Mm-hmm.
All the while he was establishing residence out of this state to divorce me for abandonment. Then when we came home 4 days ago, we find he's been granted his divorce and just
rotten, dear, so rotten.
And he was preparing to marry another woman, that Bixby woman.
She's contemptible. Filthy, loathsome. Oh, when I think of it, I want to kill him.
I don't want to kill him, Ruth. I want to keep him.
Keep him?
Yes.
What?
No other woman's going to have him. Tomorrow I'm going to sign the papers for the nullification of the divorce, and will you answer that, Ruth?
Certainly.
Say I'm not here.
All right. Hello? Mrs. Walter isn't here. I'm Miss Chandler, her cousin. Who is this? Hold the line a minute. It's a man, Irene. He insists that he's got to talk to you.
Who is he?
His voice sounds a little like your husband.
Kurt?
Yes.
All right.
Here.
Hello, this is Mrs. Walter. Oh. All right, wait a minute. Ruth, will you please go into the bedroom and shut the door?
Well, yes, of course.
Don't be angry with me. I'll tell you all about it later. Hello? Oh, Ruth, forgive me for sending you out of the room.
Irene!
I'm going out. You've got to help me dress in the prettiest things I have. Thank heaven my hair was decently done today.
Say, what is this? Was it Kurt?
No, it wasn't Kurt. Darling, hand me that cold cream jar.
Here. What other man is making you dress in your best? And you've changed completely since that telephone call, Irene.
You'll just have to restrain your curiosity. And for several days. I don't expect to come back here tonight or tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe I won't come back for a week.
Why?
But don't worry, Ruth, and don't try to find me. I'm going to be happy again, dear. Altogether happy.
What is it? Hello?
Hey, this is Anne.
Who?
Anne Williams.
Nobody but that name here. You got the wrong number.
Hey,
Goodbye.
wait a minute.
What? Huh?
Wake up, you dope. Wake up.
Annie, huh?
Now he knows.
What's the big idea of phoning at this hour?
Right, Donald, listen. You've heard me speak of Ruth Chandler.
Have I?
Yes, you have. She went to college with me. And she's a cousin of the rich and very beautiful Mrs. Kurt Bolton.
You mean the wife of the big sculptor?
Indeed, I do. Now, listen, Ruth phoned me a few minutes ago and told me that Mrs. Walter disappeared 10 days ago and has not been heard from since.
Yeah?
Yes. Ruth hasn't notified the cops yet, so we're getting first in on what may be a good story.
Well, give me all the dope, Annie.
Give you. Ruth will tell us the story as soon as we get to the hotel.
Oh, okay, Annie. I'll pick you up in about 20 minutes.
Casey, Irene left this suite on Friday night, 10 days ago, at about 10 o'clock. And that's the last I've seen or heard from her.
Yes, but Ruth, listen, Mrs. Volta told you that she might be away for a week. Now, maybe she's just staying wherever she is a little longer than she intended.
But she's not where I thought she was going then.
Miss Chandler, you figured that Mrs. Volta was joining her husband for a reunion.
It was the only thing I could figure, Mr. Casey. Until just before I phoned you this morning, I learned there hasn't been any reunion.
You went to Volta's home?
Yes. I talked to Mrs. Royce, his housekeeper. She told me that during the past 10 days, Kurt has been working almost constantly in his studio. It's attached to the house. And that Irene hasn't been there.
Sure she told you the truth?
Positive. She and I are old friends. She wouldn't lie to me. Mr. Casey, do you think I should ask the police to look for Irene?
No, I wouldn't. You know how women feel who've just been separated from their husbands. Maybe she just... Well, she might be. To say, is this photograph on the piano a picture of your cousin?
It is.
Mm-hmm. This was taken some time ago.
About 15 years ago, soon after her marriage, at the time she was posing for the statue that made her husband famous.
The Sleeping Goddess?
You know about it?
Yeah, I've seen copies of the original. I kind of like sculptures and paintings. So Mrs. Walter modeled for it, eh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Annie, this face isn't just beautiful. It's got power in it, real power.
It has that, all right.
No photograph can do Irene full justice. She has the most wonderful hair, Mr. Casey. True golden hair.
Yes, Anne told me about that.
And I've seen Kurt go into temperamental rages because he's a sculptor and not a painter. He couldn't reproduce her hair in bronze or marble, of course.
Miss Chandler, when you talked to his housekeeper this morning, did you ask her where Walter was on the Friday night your cousin left here?
Mrs. Royce remembered that he'd worked in his studio all that night until about 8 o'clock in the morning. He was doing some noisy construction work on a mole.
Well, did she see him working there?
No. He never permits anyone in the studio when he's working.
Then he could have gone out for a while.
Mr. Casey, I believe you have the same awful idea that I have. That Kurt might have slipped out of the studio unseen, met Irene somewhere, and killed her.
Did you let this Mrs. Royce know of your suspicions?
No. I even asked her not to tell anybody that I'd been out to see her this morning. I don't know why. I just did.
Good. I'd like to talk to Walter before he knows a search has been started for Mrs. Walter. I just might catch him off guard. Just might. Well, let's go, Annie.
Mr. Volta will see you and this lady, Mr. Casey. He's in his studio. Please come this way.
Oh, thank you. You're Mrs. Royce, aren't you?
Yes. How did you know my name? Oh, Ruth Chandler told us all about you. Here we are.
Come in.
The lady and gentleman from the Morning Express, Mr. Volta. Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
It's a great pleasure to know you.
How do you do, Mr. Volta?
Walter, it was nice of you to let us barge in on you like this.
I'm always glad to receive newspaper people. You know, I have a special regard for the Morning Express. Its art editor has always been very flattering about my work. He sent you here, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. We're from the art department. Will you want anything, Mr. Volta?
No, thank you, Mrs. Royce. You can go. Well, sit down, Miss Williams.
Thank you.
Casey. Thank you. Have a cigarette?
Yes, I'd like one.
Mr. Casey?
Much obliged.
I will join you.
I have a match ready already. Here you are.
Fine, thank you.
Mr. Walter?
Thanks. No, please. Do not light your own with that, Mr. Casey. Not three on the match.
Okay, since you're superstitious.
You see, I was born in Europe, in a little mountain village where people still believe in witchcraft, ghosts, and omens. I'm afraid my many years in this enlightened country have not completely eradicated my early teaching.
I see. This is an enormous studio you have.
Yes, we sculptors require a great deal of room.
Yeah. See, this plaster model of your sleeping goddess must be over 8 feet long. Mm-hmm. It's certainly a masterpiece. I never saw the original.
You are looking at the original now.
I thought that was somewhere in Germany.
I must explain my method of working. First, like all sculptors, I make a wax or clay model of my conception. But when it is only roughly complete, I take from it a mold and then make a casting of plaster. On the plaster cast, I carve my finishing touches. Another mold is then taken for the final casting of metal. This model provided the final mold.
It's a true original, then.
Yes. It's now almost priceless. You see, its bronze replica was destroyed by a bomb during the war.
This really is worth plenty, then.
Many consider it my greatest work.
I understand the model who posed for it was your wife.
Yes. She is now my ex-wife. We are divorced.
Yeah? Well, if she looked like this sleeping goddess, she was certainly some woman.
More like a goddess than a woman. She had the most wonderful hair in the world. But it was not of this world. Let us not talk of her.
Okay. Hey. When did you make this plaster model, Mr. Volter?
14, 15 years ago. Why?
The head feels damp, like fresh plaster.
The head? That cannot be.
Feel it.
It is not damp. What do you say, Miss Williams?
Feels stone dry to me, Casey.
Huh? Yeah.
Sure.
Funny. When I first touched it, it felt cold and clammy. Like death.
Death?
Yeah. I see you don't have to go through your house to get in or out of this studio, Mr. Volter. There's a door leading directly outside.
Yes. But will the story you and Miss Williams do about me concern this sort of thing?
Well, hey, we must be getting to that story, yes. We want to hear about your most recent work, Mr. Volter.
My current work is this group here.
Oh, hey, that's a bigger hunk of plaster than the goddess.
That what you call hunk of plaster will bring me $30,000 when cast in bronze.
Wow. You're in a good business. What do you call this group?
I call it the Reunion.
The Reunion?
Reunion?
Yes. It is a symbolic conception.
When did you cast that plaster?
Why, just 10 days ago. I set up my mold and worked all night.
All Friday night?
It was a Friday night.
And you call it the Reunion.
Here, Casey, the story you've just been telling me adds up to nothing more right now than a case for the Missing Persons Bureau. I'm a homicide cop.
My hunch says this is a homicide case, Logan.
Well, I have the same feeling, Captain. So have I.
This police department can't take the drastic action you propose on the strength of mere hunches and feelings.
I haven't proposed any drastic action, Logan, until after a thorough routine missing persons search has been made for Mrs. Volter. If she isn't found alive or dead within a reasonable length of time, well, I've told you where to look.
You believe that she went to Walter's studio in response to his phone call through the door that leads there directly from outside, and he let her in, killed her,
and hid her body in the mold he was setting up that night. Then he surrounded it with plaster. I think you'll find Mrs. Volter is in the model he so symbolically calls the Reunion.
Casey? Hiya, Miss Williams.
How are you, Ethelbert?
Hello. I ain't seen you two all day. What do you have to drink?
Oh, give me a cup of coffee.
Gee, Casey, you must be feeling low. What are your troubles?
We can put them in 3 little words, Ethelbert. The Volter case.
Say, why don't the cops quit stalling on that? They're never going to find Mrs. Volter till they look in the place you told them to, Casey.
Today, they did look for her in the place I told them to.
You mean?
Yes. I was wrong.
Mrs. Volter's body was not in the plaster model of Reunion.
In order to find that out, Logan's men had to bore holes in the model, and they broke it all up. Now Volta's going to sue the city for $30,000 he claims it was worth, plus additional damages for I don't know how. Oh, his lawyers are drawing up a swell bill of goods.
Sure, and the worst of it is he's pretty sure to win a suit.
Logan will probably lose his job on account of it. He gave the order to bore into the statue on the strength of my hunch. Gee, the poor sap trusted me because, well, by sheer dumb luck, I've given him a couple of good steers in the past. This time I let him down for fair, and how?
Oh, Casey, he doesn't blame you.
Yeah, I know that. Look, don't ever tell the big dope I said this, but Logan's a pretty swell egg.
Because Mrs. Walter's body wasn't hid in that statue, does it mean her husband's now in the clear?
Sure does.
Yeah?
The only place he could have hidden her body was inside the freshly poured plaster of that reunion model.
Wait a minute, Miss Williams. Couldn't he have hidden the body in a closet or someplace around the house and then sneaked it out later?
No, Ethelbert. Mrs. Royce and her cleaning women would have found it.
Oh, of course not. And there's only one other model in the studio large enough to hide a human body in, and that was cast 15 years ago.
Those plaster castings have a hollow core.
Oh, so what, Casey? To have even gotten the body inside the sleeping goddess, Walter would have had to cut a big hole in the old plaster and then afterward patch it up with fresh stuff, which would show you.
The head of the sleeping goddess, it felt cold and damp like fresh plaster that day.
Didn't to me, Casey. And you said it didn't to you either after a minute.
Yeah, that's so. It's funny, that's what started my hunch about Mrs. Walter being buried in plaster. And when her husband said he'd cast that reunion piece on the night she... Annie. I doped the guy all wrong. He was smarter than I thought.
What are you talking
about? That reunion model was only a planned decoy. He put her inside the sleeping goddess. Then he deliberately led you and me and the cops to believe her body was in the reunion model. And now that we've found she isn't there...
Oh!
Aha, you've got it. The city stands to lose $30,000 plus for that mistake. No sane cop is going to take a chance like that again.
Casey, if you're right...
If he's right, Ethelbert, Mr. Kurt Walter is going to get away with murder.
Yeah.
Say, Casey,
what?
Why don't you sneak into that studio on a dark night, bust open that statue...
And what if I didn't find the body, Ethelbert? Walter wouldn't bother to sue me. He just had me put away until about 1966.
I got no more suggestions.
I haven't even got a thought.
Wait a minute. I have.
Yeah? What?
And I'm going out to see Mrs. Royce, Walter's housekeeper, and ask her one confidential question.
No, Mr. Casey. Since the night he made that plaster casting of his reunion group, Mr. Walter has never gone into his studio after dark.
I see.
Oh, I thought it rather strange. He used to do so much work in there at night.
Well, thanks, Mrs. Royce.
Why have you asked me about that?
I've been thinking.
I was born in Europe, in a little mountain village where people still believe in witchcraft, ghosts, and omens.
I've sometimes thought Kurt insane on the subject of Irene's hair. He couldn't reproduce it in bronze or marble.
She had the most wonderful hair in the world, but it was not of this world.
Yes, Mrs. Royce, I've just been thinking a kind of crazy thought.
This scheme of yours is absolutely nuts.
Call it a long shot, then, Logan, and play it with me, will you? If it happens to work, you save your job, the town saves at least $30,000, I save my peace of mind, and we'll have the goods on a rotten killer.
Okay, pal, I'll take a chance. Good evening, Mr. Walter.
Good evening, Mr. Walter.
It is not evening. It is almost midnight. Why have you insisted upon seeing me at this hour?
Well, it's a kind of peculiar thing, Mr. Walter.
Mr. Walter, do you believe in dreams?
Dreams?
Yeah, dreams.
Casey here had a very funny dream last night.
Why should I?
It concerns you, Mr. Walter. You see, I dreamed about Mrs. Walter.
My ex-wife?
Uh-huh. I dreamed that she talked to me.
She talked to you?
Yeah. She wasn't like a woman in my dream. She looked like that statue of yours she posed for, the sleeping goddess. She was the goddess, only awake.
Greek?
Uh-huh.
Casey, tell him the funny thing she said to you in your dream.
Okay, Logan, I will. Mr. Walter, she said, I am the goddess awake because my life is in my statue.
She said her life was...
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And her hair was the shiny gold color I've heard Mrs. Walter had. So bright. It seemed to have light in it.
Why have you come here to tell me about this?
Because in my dream she told me to come here.
She told you?
Just before midnight, she said.
It's almost that now, Casey. We gotta move fast.
Yeah, come on, Walter, into your studio.
Into my studio? She told Casey to have you there at midnight.
Clock's striking 12 now. Come on, hurry.
No, let me go. How dare you?
She wants you in the studio, Walter, where she's waiting for you.
Waiting for me?
The goddess awake with shiny gold hair.
Don't open that studio door. Don't push me inside. We're leaving you inside.
And in the dark.
Open your door. Let me out. Light switch does not work. Open this door. Don't leave me alone here in the dark.
You're not alone, Walter. The goddess is awake in there.
No. That golden light. That golden light. Rises. Moves this way. No. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry, Irene. I had to kill you. You ruled me. I've been your slave. The slave of your will. Your golden hand that lost my heart. I had to kill you and hide your body in that sleeping goddess. I had to make you free forever. Don't come any closer. Forgive me. We've heard enough, Casey.
All we need, Logan. Switch on your flashlight.
Okay. Casey, I'm glad to have some light in here.
You did a swell job, Annie.
I was scared. You know what? I was scared. I didn't like to see a ghost in the dark.
You scared Mr. Kurt Walter a lot more, Miss Williams. He's fainted.
You did?
I figured all he needed was to see the shadow of a woman with a luminous wig rise from behind that plaster statue and walk slowly toward him.
Casey, I'll never do this kind of job again. I'll never do it again.
Minute. You're trembling, kid. Now, what's the matter?
I don't know. I don't know. But you know what happened?
What?
Just at midnight. When you pushed Walter through the door and I went into my act, I got suddenly afraid.
Afraid of Walter?
No, afraid of her.
Annie, what?
Hey,
What was that?
Walter hasn't fainted. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah.
Dead.
Hey, Miss Williams, you never got very close to him with that blonde wig of yours, did you?
No.
What is it, Logan?
Look at this dead guy's neck, Casey.
A single golden hair is wrapped around it, almost like a noose.
A creep that rings down the curtain on the Mystery Playhouse for tonight. The Reunion, a crime photographer story written by Alonzo Dean Cole, is based on the fictional character of Flash Gun Casey, created by George Horman Cox. Stats Cotsworth was heard as Casey, and Miss Leslie Woods played Anne. Until next time, creep. Good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Dead Man Control. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. Dead Man Control by Helen Riley. A very absorbing story of a murder in which Cupid held the hand of death. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was late morning, and in the library of a mansion on East 67th Street, multimillionaire Fenimore Kingston was standing before the wall safe he had just opened. He smiled, and then as he reached in... 2 hours later, Inspector Christopher McKee was in his office at police headquarters on Center Street when the telephone rang.
Inspector McKee talking, Homicide Bureau.
Good morning. This is Catherine Kingston.
Yes?
Mrs. Fenimore Kingston.
Oh, yes?
My husband's been murdered. Can you come?
Where?
Our home is on East 67th Street.
All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Cassidy, order my car. We're going uptown.
Yes, sir. And how are you...
And don't stop to ask about anybody's health. I'm in a hurry. Please go on, Mrs. Kingston.
Well, Inspector, as soon as I saw that open wall safe, I thought my husband had been killed by a burglar.
Mm-hmm.
So while I was waiting for you, I checked the contents. The money and the bonds were still there. But...
Yes?
The diamond ring that Fenimore gave me after our wedding 3 months ago. That's gone.
That wouldn't be the well-publicized Kingston diamond, would it?
It would, Inspector. And it's worth $500,000.
Yes, but the cash on those negotiable bonds...
Can't understand why they weren't taken too.
Very unusual thief, to say the least. Where were you when the miracle happened?
Out. I went out early this morning. I was restless.
Why?
I was tired of doing nothing. So I took the car and drove until I was tired of driving.
Alone?
Inspector McKee.
Don't be alarmed, Mrs. Kingston. I'm not insinuating...
But your tone...
Merely professional. Now, according to the medical examiner, your husband was shot in the back and death was instantaneous about 2 hours ago. Who was in the house with him then?
I don't know.
What about the servants? Did they go out driving too?
We have no servants.
In this big house?
They quit last night.
Oh?
Don't let it surprise you, Inspector. Fenimore was not an easy person to get along with.
Mrs. Kingston, for your special information, I don't let anything surprise me.
Excuse me, sir.
What is it, Cassidy?
It's about the murder weapon.
Did you find it?
No, sir. There ain't a trace of it in the house. And me and the boys have looked in every nook and...
All right, Cassidy. All right.
Yes, sir. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
Over there, Inspector. Peep it out from under that corner of the window drape. It shines like a diamond.
It is a diamond.
Well, if it is, then the saints preserve us. It must be as big as an eyeball.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Kingston?
My ring.
No burglary, huh?
It doesn't seem so, does it? But how did that ring get under the drape?
The law of gravity. It fell when your husband fell, after he was shot. And it either rolled or bounced. You can take the stick.
I'll take the ring if you don't mind.
Later. Right now, it's evidence.
But it's mine.
We'll take good care of it. Come on, Cassidy.
Are we finished here, sir?
For the time being, goodbye, Mrs. Kingston.
Goodbye, Inspector.
Cassidy.
Inspector McKee, if it's one question I might ask.
Go ahead.
What's the ring got to do with the cadaver we carried upstairs?
I think it killed him.
The devil, you say?
Don't lead me on, Sergeant. I've no time to explain.
If you say so, Inspector.
Going back to my office. I want you to go to the telephone company. Get a list of every call that's been made from or to this house in the last 2 days. Report to me at headquarters.
Yes, sir. But there's one thing that...
Now what?
But it's that girl in there, Mrs. Kingston. Now, I've been on the force for 32 years, and it's a fine education I've got about the good and the bad in people.
Not now, Cassidy.
When a girl, young and beautiful, marries a man twice her age and a millionaire, she didn't marry him for love.
Is this Michael Dozier's apartment?
Yes.
Who is this?
Amy Cloverton. Why?
This is Catherine Kingston. Let me talk to Michael, please.
You might ask me how I'm feeling.
Please, Amy.
After all, you did get what I wanted.
I want to speak to Michael.
I'll ask him how he feels about it. Hold the wire. And don't wind it too tightly around your neck, dear.
Hello, Kathy.
What's she doing there?
Oh, she just dropped in for a cocktail.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I want you to meet me right away.
Where?
Central Park, inside the 72nd Street entrance. I'll pick you up in my car.
All right. What's the rumpus about?
Fenimore's dead.
What did you say?
He was murdered this morning.
Good grief. Maybe I'd better come over.
No. The police are here, dozens of them, all over the place. Meet me in half an hour. And come alone.
How'd you manage it?
I didn't.
What?
I couldn't get out without being seen. Michael, I'm in trouble.
But if the police followed you...
Is that all you care about? Your precious hide?
Well, it's the only one I've got.
Well, you don't have to worry. I wasn't followed.
Are you sure?
Yes, look for yourself. Is there a police car behind it?
No, but...
Michael, really, I'm in serious trouble.
How was Fenimore killed?
He was shot. And the police think I did it.
You? Have they said so?
Well, not in words, they haven't. That Inspector McKee, he thinks he's very clever.
Oh, you should have left me alone, Kathy.
I couldn't. I had to speak to you.
Now, why didn't you do it on the phone?
I didn't want to incriminate you.
What?
Suppose one of those policemen had been listening at the door.
Well, suppose.
He'd have heard me asking you about that appointment you had with Fenimore this morning.
That I had?
Just about the time he was killed.
Now, wait a minute. I had no appointment with Fenimore.
That's not the truth. He phoned you and asked you to come over.
Did he tell you that?
No.
Then how do you know so much?
I was listening in on the upstairs extension.
Oh. How much did you hear?
He wanted you to meet him at the house at 11 o'clock. It was very important.
Anything else?
No, I put the receiver down. It was 10:30, and I wanted to be out of the house before you arrived.
Really?
I didn't know what he was going to talk to you about. I was afraid it might be us.
So you ran away? That's too bad.
Why?
Because if you'd stayed, you'd have learned something.
Didn't he talk to you about us?
No, dear.
Well, then what did he?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
What?
That's right. Fenimore wanted to see me, but I didn't want to see him, and I told him so.
You told Fenimore?
Yes, I did. The great mammoth. Well, wasn't it about time?
I'd like to believe that, Mike.
Then do. I got tired of being my cousin's errand boy and of running to him every time he beckoned.
But you're allowing.
I told him what to do with that, too. But it doesn't make any difference now, does it?
No.
You're free. And we'll have all the money we both need.
That's putting it very bluntly.
Why not? He never cared for anyone, including you. You were the most beautiful thing he ever saw, and he wanted you. It's just as simple as that.
I know all about
all right.
it.
All right. I'll shut up. Kathy?
Yes?
Did you really go out this morning?
I said I did.
Of course. But I was just thinking, what a wonderful opportunity you had, alone in that house with him.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Good work, Gordon. Let me know when she gets back.
Can I come in, Inspector?
Help yourself, Cassidy.
Well, I checked with the telephone company, sir, and it's big news, if I don't mind saying it myself.
Yes? Anything like Catherine Kingston going out to meet a man?
A what?
You've heard of the species, Cassidy. And I'm sure you've heard of Central Park.
Is that where she went with him?
Mm-hmm.
In broad daylight?
There's no topping an Irishman, is there?
Well, not if he comes from the county cock, sir. Who's the man?
We don't know yet, but he's being tailed. Now, what did you find out at the telephone company?
Oh, wait, here's a list of all the cars that came and went from the Kingston house in the last couple of days. But it's them last three that was made this morning.
Yes, all outgoing. One at 10:30, one at 10:35.
And Kingston was killed at about 11.
And this one at 1:45. Oh, 2 minutes after we left Mrs. Kingston.
That's right.
Who were these calls made to?
But I got that on another slip of paper. Now, where did... Oh, yeah, here it is. Now, the first one and the last one to Michael Dolge.
So that's the man.
Uh-huh.
Now, go ahead, Cassidy. I'm just checking.
He was the dead man's cousin.
How do you know?
Well, I remember seeing his name in the papers after the Kingston wedding. Seems to me he was either the best man or one of the ushers. But it's not him I'd be worrying about, sir.
No? Why not?
It's that woman. The one who got the call at 10:35.
What woman?
Amy Cloubertson.
No answer. Michael Dolge, most likely out with Captain Kingston. Yeah. What'd you say about a woman?
Amy Cloubertson.
Well, what about her?
Well, sir, you know how I read the newspapers every day.
I know.
Well, after I get through with the spotting pages, I always turn to the society page. It's an old habit of mine. I acquired it 32 years ago when I was a rookie on that Fifth Avenue beat. You know Fifth Avenue uptown, where Central Park lies opposite them glorious mansions with the beautiful...
Sit down, Cassidy.
Well, thank you, sir. Me, them were fine old days. People used to come from all over just to look at the Woolworth building.
Don't let me interrupt you, but you were telling me about a woman.
A woman?
Yes, in connection with a murder.
Amy Cloubertson. Well, so seeing her name again brought to mind a society page item of about 5 months ago.
To the effect
that Amy Cloubertson and Fenimore Kingston were engaged to be married.
Cassidy, you sure?
Yes, I am, sir, because the diamond ring was mentioned in the same article.
How?
Well, she wore it at the formal reception.
I see.
And not 2 months later, Fenimore Kingston married Catherine. It's the old story, Inspector.
Not another one, please.
The woman scorned. There's no fury like a woman who expects to marry a millionaire and gets jilted.
Yes. Yes. There's no doubt about it. All right, I'll pick it up on the way out. Well.
Oh, bad news, Inspector.
For someone, that was a lab just phone. The ring we found is a phony. A perfect imitation.
You mean it's made of glass?
Not quite. Somebody had a good job done for a few $100s, and the original, valued at $500,000...
Well, it might be somewhere in a vault, maybe. Lots of people wear paste and keep their valuables locked up. Yes, sir.
Phone the Kingston house. Tell the men to turn that place inside out.
Yes, sir.
And when you get through, take as many men as you need and contact every diamond cutter in town, especially the ones around Maiden Lane.
Yes, sir.
Now, where's that slip of paper with the names on it?
Yeah, it's right here, sir. The addresses, too.
Give it to me. I'm going out to pay Amy Culbertson a visit. Excuse me.
I don't want any.
Inspector McKee, police.
I still don't want any, but you can come in. There's scotch on the table. Cigarettes, you didn't bring your own.
No, thanks.
Suit yourself. What do you want?
Sit down, please.
You're here to ask a lot of questions about Fenimore Kingston's murder. Don't waste your breath because I don't know any of the answers.
How do you know about his murder?
Radio told me.
Not today, Miss Robertson. Why don't you sit down?
Maybe I don't want to.
Would you have any reason to protect Catherine Kingston?
Not one. Well, here's to you.
Michael Dolge? Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you off guard.
Why'd you mention his name to me?
This pack of matches with his name on the cover.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
I have a weakness for matches that are left on tables.
All right, so he told me about Fenimore's death. I was at his apartment when Catherine phoned. She told him. Anything else you'd like to know?
What time did you meet Fenimore Kingston this morning?
I did what?
He phoned you at 10:35.
How'd you find out about that?
You just told me.
What? Why, you wheedling weasel.
Shall we talk now?
Pitch curves and have me swing at him.
I'd like to know about you and Fenimore Kingston.
I'm through talking to you.
Are you? Then suppose we go down to headquarters.
What for?
We're very lonesome.
Now, wait a minute. Let me go. I haven't done anything.
What about you and Kingston?
We were engaged, and then he jilted me and married that...
Yes?
Catherine and I were in the same show. I met Fenimore at a party, and he fell for me like a ton of diamonds. And then, like a fool, I introduced him to Catherine.
Why did he phone you this morning?
We wanted a date.
Now, look, Miss
That's
Paulson.
the truth. Told me he was going to divorce Catherine. He found out about her and Michael. Thought I knew something, too.
And, of course, you rushed over to Michael's apartment and told him.
Oh, not exactly. I tried to make it casual.
3 hours later?
Mike and I were in the same boat. Both of us had been kicked around by Fenimore. That was a common bond.
So you waited from 10:35 until almost 2.
Still pitching curves, aren't you?
Was it because you tried to get his apartment in the morning and couldn't?
No.
Or didn't you even try?
What do you want from me? I didn't kill anybody.
Fenimore didn't call you to talk about his wife.
Then I don't know what he did call me for.
He asked you about this ring.
What? Where'd you...
You wore it for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, but I gave it back.
This one?
Look, mister, there's only one of its kind in the world.
Why did he call you about it?
Because he thought...
Yes?
Nothing.
He thought you'd know a good imitation from the real thing.
You mean that diamond's a fake?
We'll find out soon enough, if you're really surprised. Goodbye, for now.
Oh, you going?
Sorry?
Oh, I'm collapsing. Drop in again sometime. Anytime.
Thanks. And let's hope I don't have to return that invitation.
Hello, Michael.
Amy, what are you doing here?
I figured she'd drive you home. She was always the lady. Get back in the car.
Now, see here,
Get
Amy.
back or I'll make a scene that'll turn you both into mummies.
Better do as she says, Michael.
All right, Kathy.
I'll be right behind you, kiddies, in the back seat. Now, Catherine, who told Inspector McKee about me?
What?
About Fenimore having phoned me this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you know he phoned me, don't you?
No.
Oh, you couldn't tell the truth if you had a mouthful of it and it was choking.
Wait a minute, Amy.
She's trying to frame me. And she'll frame you, too.
What was Fenimore talking to you about?
Ask her. She was tuned into the extension.
Were you, Kathy?
No.
She had to be. How else?
She said no, Amy.
All right, so she said no. How did Inspector McKee know that I talked to Fenimore and about the diamond, too?
The diamond?
Yes. Maybe you didn't know that beautiful thing was just a hunk of glass.
That's a lie.
Well, it wasn't when Fenimore asked me about it this morning. He wanted me to return the original.
Oh, is that why you killed him?
Oh, I knew that was coming out of you. You'd like the police to think that, wouldn't you?
Maybe they already do.
Well, that wouldn't put you in the clear, Kathy, darling. I returned the original to Fenimore.
Can you prove it?
Can you prove that I didn't? Wind her up, Michael. She seems to have run down.
I think you've said enough, Amy.
I'm through. And so is she. For good, I hope.
Inspector McKee, homicide.
Cassidy talking, sir.
Go ahead.
I think I found him, Inspector.
Who?
The diamond-cutting fella.
Good. What does he say about the Kingston diamonds?
Well, sir, it might be the man and it might not.
What?
But I found him in a small room on the top floor of a small building just around the corner off Maiden Lane. There was no name on the door, just the words diamond cutting. But I took a chance anyway. And it's a good thing I did, Inspector.
No.
For there was that poor old fella stretched out on the floor, dead.
Oh, no.
A little fella he was, too. And beaten around the head unmerciful.
What's the address?
Yeah, but I got it written down on a piece of paper. Now, where did it... Oh, yes, here it is.
It's up here, Inspector.
All right, Cassidy, I'm doing the best I can.
But I got some information, sir. I checked with some of the neighbors on this floor.
Where's the body?
I'll take you to it, sir. Well, as I was saying, I checked. And the fellow's name was Rudolph Leibniz.
What else?
Well, that's all, sir. He came over from the other side a few years ago. A victim of war and oppression. And to think that his only reward for minding his own
How do you know he was minding his own business?
His reputation in the trade, Inspector, was good. He was known to all his neighbors as an honest man, a good worker, and a fine, upstanding character. And when your competitors have only praise...
Is this the room, Cassidy?
Yes, sir. There he is.
Yeah.
A little old fella.
Why didn't you tell me his files had been opened and dumped?
Well, I was going to,
Well,
Chief,
it
but
doesn't matter. Somebody wanted a record and they took it.
You think this can be an outcome of the Kingston murder?
Maybe. Let's have a look at the body.
He didn't have a chance. Struck on the back of the head and then beaten until he
Cassidy.
was... yes?
This man's been dead since this morning. late this morning.
Would you be sure about that?
Rigor mortis takes at least 6 hours to set in. It's just beginning.
Then it'd be about the time Fenimore Kingston was murdered.
A little later, but not much. The killer came right from the Kingston house to this place and... All right, Cassidy, there's no point in searching the room.
No, sir?
We won't find anything.
Oh.
Hello, operator. Give me police headquarters.
Have you got a plan, sir?
I hope so, Cassidy. Hello, give me Murphy in homicide. Inspector McKee. I hope so, Cassidy. If it works, it'll be a miracle.
Well, talking of miracles, there was
I want you to have the following 3 parties picked up. All right? Catherine Kingston, Michael Doles, and A.B. Cloverson. You'll find the addresses on my desk. And keep them in my office until I get there. Now it's for you, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
You stay here. Phone the medical examiner's office and look after the usual details. I'm going out for a long walk.
Yes, sir.
Those people will wait, even if they don't like it. And let's hope they don't like it enough to burn.
Inspector McKee.
Well, company. How are you, Mrs. Kingston?
Why did you have me brought here? And
Miss Robertson?
I'm cheerful enough to break your neck.
And taking 2 from 3, you must be Michael Doe.
We've been waiting for 2 hours, Inspector.
Yes. Why have you had me arrested?
It's a habit of mine, Mrs. Kingston, when a murder's been committed.
Well, then we are under arrest.
For the time being, Miss Robertson. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I've been working on another case, and there's some papers on my desk that
You've no right to keep us here.
Please, Kathy.
Well, he hasn't, Michael, not without charges.
Then wait and try to be calm.
Very interesting.
There's nothing incriminating in what I said, Inspector.
Oh, no. I wasn't referring to that. This memo. Good news.
Well, I'm not going to wait here and let you waste my time.
Mrs. Kingston, this building is full of policemen.
Pity sake, Kathy, stop being so nervous.
If he has anything to say to us, he...
I have. One of you killed Fenimore Kingston this morning.
I wasn't home.
You were out driving. But who saw you, Mrs. Kingston?
What?
It takes at least 2 to make an alibi.
But surely you don't think that I...
Well, you're out of your mind, Inspector. She married him only 3 months ago.
And then she changed her mind. She thought how nice it would be to marry you.
Inspector...
It's all right, Kathy. He's just fishing.
But that wasn't the reason Kingston was killed. What?
Look out for him. When he pitches curves.
You know the reason, Miss Cloverton.
Oh, now I'm it, huh?
Kingston found out that his famous diamond had become an imitation.
My ring?
This morning he took it out of the wall safe. The thief, the person who had made the substitution, was in the room with him. And Kingston was shot in the back and killed.
Don't look at me, Inspector. I wasn't there.
How about you, Mrs. Kingston?
I told you.
Yes. And you, Mr. Dole?
I didn't know anything about Fenimore's death until Catherine phoned me.
Then you admit that she phoned you?
Of course, it's no secret. I was Fenimore's cousin.
And you were making sure that Catherine stayed in the family.
Now, look here, Inspector.
Excuse me, please. Yes? All right. In a few minutes. I'll call you. Now, this memo becomes very important.
Here we go now.
Don't rush me, Mrs. Kingston.
But if you're going to work on another case...
I'm not. An imitation of the Kingston diamond was made. And by a strange coincidence, shortly after Fenimore Kingston was murdered, the workroom of a diamond cutter was robbed.
What's that got to do with us?
Miss Cloverton, tell me what you know about Rudolph Leibniz.
What I know? Look, I may get around,
Would
but
you
that...
like to see him?
All right. It'll make you happy.
I'll ask him to come in. What? He's in a room down the hall, Mr. Doze. I had him brought here from the hospital.
From the hospital?
He wasn't dead.
You're lying.
Murphy, bring Leibniz in
No.
here.
No. No.
Never mind. Send in a stenographer. We're going to take a confession. Hello.
Inspector McKee, I'm sorry to be bothering you at your home, but when I returned to headquarters this evening...
What is it, Cassidy?
Well, it's about that fellow Michael Dole.
He killed his cousin, Fenimore Kingston.
Well, that's what the boys told me, but I'm...
He took the diamond and had the imitation put in.
You don't say.
About 3 weeks ago.
How did he get hold of it?
That was very simple. Catherine wore the ring at a house party. Doles mentioned to Fenimore that the diamond needed cleaning and that he could take care of it for him.
Oh, so he took the stone down to Leibniz and had an imitation made.
That's right. It was so good that Fenimore didn't notice it right away. But this morning...
morning.
It's all in the confession, Cassidy.
Oh. Then Kingston knew right away who had stolen the real diamond, didn't he now?
Yes, he did know.
Oh, expect to get along with him. Then why did he bother to phone that Amy Cloverson girl?
We'll never know, Cassidy. Maybe he was anxious to turn the clock back to better times.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, Dead Man Control, based on a story by Helen Riley. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Ted Osborne played Inspector McKee. Alice Frost was Catherine Kingston. Elspeth Eric was Amy. Sherling Oliver was Michael Dolge. And Barry Thompson. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. We have a very unusual story of a will that had the power to kill. It's called Silent Witnesses by John Stephen Strain. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week. Oh, yes. The United States Merchant Marine is offering this opportunity to young men between the ages of 16 and a half and 21. If you are an American citizen and a high school graduate, you are qualified to take the test for enrollment in the Merchant Marine Cadet Corps. Graduates of the Corps are qualified for a license as deck or engineer officer in the Merchant Marine or to a commission as ensign in the Naval Reserve or in the Maritime Service. Discharged veterans of the armed services and the Merchant Marine are eligible for the test up to their 24th birthday. They are also allowed 5 additional points on the test. The test is competitive and will next be held on April 4th.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting.
What's the matter?
Mother!
Oh, it's all right, dear. Now, everything's all right. Take it easy, darling. What happened? Did you have a bad dream?
It wasn't a dream, Mother. It wasn't a dream. I saw him. He was at my bedroom window.
Steve?
Yes, I couldn't sleep. I haven't been able to sleep since we broke up. Then I saw his face at the window. Mother, it was awful.
Oh, I know, darling, I know. I'll call the police. Even if you were married to Steve, he has no right to do this to you.
Well, the police won't be able to help us. They'll say I dreamt it. And Steve will deny he was here. The police have been trying to get something out of him for months. You know that.
We'll talk about it in the morning. Your father hasn't come home from his meeting yet. I'll leave a note for him in our room, and I'll stay with you tonight. How will that be?
Well, I'll feel much better then, Mom. I'll be sure one thing at least. Steve won't try to kill me. Tonight.
She's sleeping now, David, but she was restless all night. What do you think we ought to do?
I don't know, but I'm going to do something, I'll tell you that.
Eat your breakfast, David.
I don't want any breakfast. I want to do something to make sure Steve doesn't bother Jan again. And I'm going to do it.
I told Jan last night, and I'll tell you now, David. The police will take care of him.
When? After he kills Jan and makes a nervous wreck of her? Oh, no, Helen. He isn't going to get the chance. I'm going to see to that myself. Red queen and a black king, Steve.
I know. I see it.
Okay. I thought maybe you missed it. Why does a guy play solitaire, anyhow?
One reason, Lefty, is that it gives him something to do when he's alone with a mug like you.
Oh, I'm a mug, huh? Well, look, Steve, maybe I ain't such a mug as you think. Maybe I ain't as stupid as you think, either.
You'd go broke betting on that, Lefty.
Oh, yeah?
That's what I like, intellectual conversation.
Hey, Steve, the boys and I have been talking.
I can't imagine anything duller than that.
Wait a minute. You don't know what we've been talking about.
Did you?
Sure. Boys and I think maybe you're losing your touch. They think maybe you ought to step down and let me run the gang. With you sticking around to plan the jobs like always.
Oh, look, Lefty.
Hey, boss, take your hands off my collar. You're bending the suit.
I'll bend your neck in a minute. Now get this, Lefty, and see that the boys hear it, too. I'm head man in this outfit, and I'm going to stay that way until I decide to quit.
That's the way it is.
That's the way it is. I'll quit when I'm ready and not before.
Okay. And maybe the boys won't like that. Maybe they got their own ideas of how you're going to quit, Steve.
The singing private investigator. I didn't know you crooned.
I didn't know you were typing the lyrics of the song, Ellen.
Oh, I'm not. I'm writing up the details of your last investigation, the tip-top murder case. And singing helps me type.
If you ever want to get your typing finished, I suggest you sing something a little faster.
Now, you didn't come out of your private office just to increase my musical tempo, did you, Vance?
No, I just wondered if the district attorney had called before I came in this morning.
Nope. No word from Mr. Markham. If there had been, I'd have told you.
I thought perhaps you might have been too busy trying to remember the last line of the lyrics of that song you were singing.
Vance, nobody has to worry about the last line of anything when you're around. Oh. Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
Not unless you're Philo Vance.
I'm Vance. What is it?
Oh, hello, Vance. I'm Steve Cayley. I want to talk to you. Can we go into your private office?
Come on. I don't want to be disturbed for a few minutes, Ellen.
Right, Vance.
Come in and sit down, Cayley.
Thanks. You've heard of me, Vance?
Never, in a very complimentary fashion.
That was good for my business.
Was good?
That's right. I want to quit. I want to quit while I'm ahead and I'm healthy. I want to leave the gang I've been running around with.
As I understand it, you were the boss. How will the boys feel about your walking out?
Not good. That's what I want you for, Vance. Figure out a way I can get out with my skin in one piece, and I'll take care of you.
Sorry, that's out of my line.
Not interested in making a buck, huh, Vance?
Not the way you suggested. Besides, seems to me I read something about you and your divorce a month or so back. Your wife claimed you were a pretty nasty character.
I was the same character when she married me. I got a little news for you. I'm a little worried about her. And about her old man and her mother. They all hate me pretty much.
Apparently not without reason. Sorry, Cayley, you've come to the wrong man. If you want to quit your gang, why don't you give yourself up to the police? They'd gladly keep you away from your boys for 5 or 10 years, as I understand it.
I'm allergic to cells, Vance. I tell you what I'd like to do, though. I suppose I give you the dope on the boys. What jobs they've done, all that. Think we can make a deal?
Wait a minute.
Yes?
See if you can get me District Attorney Markham, Ellen.
Right.
Bringing the DA in on the deal, huh, Vance?
Yes. You want to give evidence against the boys you've been working with, and he's in that business.
Okay, anything you say. All I want to do...
Just a minute, Cayley. Yes?
Mr. Markham isn't in his office, Vance, but I left word for him to call you.
Thank you.
Well, Vance?
Mr. Markham isn't in. I'll tell you what you do, Cayley. Sometime between now and this evening, Markham will call me back, and I'll set up a date for 6 o'clock in his office. You stay with me until then.
That's all I got to do. I'll meet you up there, Vance.
I'd rather you were where I can keep an eye on you.
Yeah, I know. I'll see you at Markham's office. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless one of my friends sees me first.
friend is late, Vance.
Steve Cayley isn't my friend, Markham. I doubt whether he's anybody's friend. But you're right about one thing. He is late. He's supposed to meet me here in your office at 6. It's 6:20 now.
Maybe he got cold feet.
He seemed to be worried about the rest of him being cold in the event he met one of his enemies. But I don't...
Excuse me.
Of course.
This is Attorney Markham speaking.
Hello, Markham. This is Douglas in Homicide. Are you busy?
A little. I'm here in my office with Philo Vance.
Well, how would you like to come up and look at a brand new murder victim?
It's hardly my idea of fun, Douglas. What's happened?
We've got a corpse up here at 300 Roslyn Drive. I think maybe you ought to come up.
I will as soon as I get through here. Vance and I are waiting for a man named Steve Cayley, and after he arrives, I'll meet you up there.
You're waiting for Steve Cayley, huh? Well, Markham, you're liable to have a long wait. The corpse I was telling you about once answered to the name of Steve Cayley.
Who's that?
Me, Mother.
Hello, dear. You're late coming home. Stop off somewhere?
Yes.
Where?
Don't bother me.
David.
I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't mean that. No, where's Jan?
I don't know. She's out, too. I thought she might have stopped by at your office for you.
She might have. I wasn't there.
Where were you?
Nowhere. Just walking. Deciding what to do about Steve Cayley.
You mustn't do anything about him, David. He's caused us so much trouble already. Don't make things any worse. Promise me you won't.
All right, Mother. But it's a little late for me to be promising anything where Steve Cayley is concerned.
All right, you guys. All right, dry up. Shut up, I said.
Okay, Lefty. You don't have to get sore.
I don't want nobody to tell me what I have to do.
Okay.
I got something to say to you guys, and I'm going to say it very quick. Steve Cayley is through. He's finished. He's nervous shot. He's going to pack us in. Maybe he's going to turn us in. But we got to do something about that.
I ain't doubting you, Lefty, but how do you know about it?
I just come from this place.
What? What do you
Now,
know
listen.
about it?
You guys going to listen to me?
Sure, Lefty. We'll listen, but what do we do about Steve?
I'll take care of that. I just want you guys to know what's up. Are you with me?
Okay, so you know how we feel. Lefty, now, who does the job on Steve?
Well, I just wanted to find out how you guys felt before I broke this to you. None of you guys has to worry about knocking off Steve. That's been taken care of already.
There he is, Markham. Steve Cayley. Somebody did a nice, clean job on him with that knife, right?
Yes, Douglas, that's right. Well, Vance, you see anything that might help us up here in this apartment?
Perhaps. Cayley was killed when the knife was plunged into his heart. The knife went in at an angle, and the hilt of the knife is nearer his right shoulder than his left.
That means something, Vance?
Does to me, Douglas. Markham, let's you and I go back to your office after you call Cayley's ex-wife to have her meet us there.
All right, but why?
Cayley was killed by someone who was left-handed. It's the only reason for the knife to be slanted the way it is. A right-handed person would have had to practically break his wrist to get the knife in the position it's in now.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But why call Cayley's ex-wife down, Vance?
I know he was having trouble with her, as well as with several other people, Markham. We might as well start with her.
Start what with her?
Finding out whether she's left-handed, of course.
Miss Clark, you're using your maiden name now, of course.
Yes, Mr. Markham.
Miss Clark, your ex-husband was killed by a person we believe to be left-handed. Are you left-handed by any chance?
Not that I know of.
Any questions, Vance?
Miss Clark, what glove do you put on first?
Why, the left one, I guess. Doesn't everyone?
I do, Vance.
So do most right-handed people. You had reason to kill your ex-husband, of course, Miss Clark. He told me that himself.
Many people have reason for killing others, Vance. It's a good thing for civilization that isn't the only thing one needs to murder.
You have a point, of course.
You can't question our child without our being here.
Daddy,
You can't.
Mother.
It's all right, dear. We had to come. We followed you from the house after you received that telephone call. What are you trying to do to our child?
I'm District Attorney Markham, Mrs. Clark. Mr. Vance and I were just...
You were just trying to make it look like she killed Steve, weren't you?
Now, take it
well,
easy.
she should have, but she didn't. And don't you try to make it look like she did.
Mr. Clark, we're not trying to make anything appear different than it actually is. You seem awfully sure she didn't do it.
Do you think she did?
Everyone is a suspect until we get some definite information, Mrs. Clark.
She didn't kill Cayley. She couldn't have killed him.
No, Mrs. Clark? Why not?
Because I did. Mother.
Don't believe her. She had nothing to do with his death. I killed him. I killed him myself.
Did you, Mr. Clark? How?
How? Well, I shot him.
How did you kill him, Mrs. Clark?
I shot him. He was tormenting my daughter. I shot him. You've got to believe I did it.
Are either of you left-handed?
No.
I'm not. And what difference does it make? I shot him, I tell you.
I know that's what you tell me, Mr. Clark, but Steve Cayley wasn't shot. He was stabbed to death.
Oh.
What? Yes, I suggest the three of you go home now and stop trying to alibi for each other. Good night. And what a night. This is District Attorney Markham. A left-handed murder case opened with the killing of gang boss Steve Cayley. Philo Vance is sure a left-handed killer did the job. And our suspects include Cayley's ex-wife, Jan Clark, and her father and mother, although none of them admits to being left-handed. The parents each confess to having killed Cayley, but we're convinced they're merely trying to divert suspicion from their daughter. Vance, remembering that Cayley had mentioned one of his gang named Lefty, has gone to find that individual, and I imagine... Look, Lefty, you sure you got this thing figured out right?
Sure. Sure, I'm sure. Look, you see that traffic light?
Well?
It's got to turn red, ain't it? And when it turns red, a car's got to stop, don't it?
Sure.
Well, there ain't much traffic up here. When a classic car pulls up to stop for the light, you get up on one side of it, I get on the other. We count the driver, we take the car. We need a classic car for the big job I got in mind.
Okay, if you say so. I don't argue with my new boss.
So he's the new boss, eh? That means he's Lefty.
Who are you?
My name is Vance. I followed the two of you up here.
You did? Why?
Steve Cayley mentioned you when he came to see me just before he was killed. He told me where I could find you. I went there just in time to see you leaving, so I followed you.
So you found us. Hooray.
Lefty, I'm taking you down to see District Attorney Markham. We've got some questions to ask you. We think...
I figure you don't like questions, Lefty. That's the reason I count them with my gun.
You practically broke his skull. Good for him. Leave him here. Let's beat it fast. Things are starting to get a little complicated.
You're finding out what a lot of guys find out, Lefty.
Huh?
It ain't so easy to be a boss.
Philo Vance's office, Miss Deering speaking.
Helen, this is Markham.
The district attorney. I give up. I did it. You've got me, partner.
Helen, this is serious. Something's happened to Vance.
No.
I've just got the report. A man was picked up on the corner of Fort Wayne Drive an hour ago and rushed to the Mercy Hospital.
What?
He's been hit on the head.
What makes you think it's Vance?
The description and identifying cards in his pocket. I'm positive it's Vance, Helen. I'm on my way up there right now.
So am I. Thanks for calling me. I'll get there right away.
I'll meet you there. I'd like to get my hands on whoever it was that hit Vance. Believe me, I would.
You'd like to get your hands on him. I'd like to get my nails in him. I'll meet you at the hospital in 20 minutes.
2 hours from now, Jan, and all this unhappiness will be over. We'll be on our way to the coast, and we'll stay away until you've forgotten this unpleasantness.
Oh, thanks, Dad. You and Mother are being swell.
Oh, which reminds me. Mother, how's the packing coming?
Just a few more things, Dad, and I'll be ready to call you in to help me close the valise.
Good enough. Jan, I wish you wouldn't be so nervous. It's all over. Steve's out of the way for good.
I know, but I can't help what I'm thinking. Dad, did you kill Steve?
Well, we won't talk about Steve. We decided that.
Well, Mother said you were late coming home. You're never late coming home.
I said we won't talk about that. Why don't you go see if you can help your mother pack?
Packing's all done, and the valises are closed. What's going on between you two?
Nothing.
Nothing at all, Mother. Well, it looks like we're all set to leave here, doesn't it?
Well, I think that perhaps we ought to let the district attorney's office know we're going out of town.
What for?
Well, they may not like it.
Who cares what they like? We're not criminals. We can come and go where and when we choose. The sooner we get out of here, the better.
David,
Yes?
you said we're not criminals and we can come and go as we like. But are you sure one of us isn't a criminal? A criminal who just hasn't been caught up with yet? How does your head feel now, Vance?
Not good enough to listen to you do a chorus of Sally in our alley. I'll tell you that. Nice of you to come up, Ellen. You too, Markham.
We're certainly sorry to see you in this hospital, Vance.
I assure you, it's much more comfortable lying here than it was on the street corner. Though if the truth is known, I don't remember much about lying on that corner.
Take my word for it. The pavement was hard.
Take my word for it, that smack on my head was harder. You sent anybody out to get this Lefty person, Markham?
I sent Douglas. He's Sergeant Heath's best man, Vance. He'll bring him in, don't worry. And I'm very anxious to talk to him for two reasons. One of them is the fact that he's responsible for your being in the hospital, and the other is that name of his, Lefty.
I know what you're thinking, Markham. Lefty and a left-handed murderer. Is that it?
With the motive he has, yes. But supposing it turns out not to be Lefty, Vance?
I have an idea.
Please let it have something to do with me for a change.
It has. You're going to leave here.
Me and my big mouth.
What do you want me to do, Vance?
Get the Clark family up here, Markham. Father, mother, and daughter. I want to see them all in this room.
Suspects can come up, but I've got to go. What's the use of being honest?
You can stay, Ellen. I was only teasing.
Oh.
Markham, you get the Clarks here and see that the heat in this room is turned on as high as it will go. I'll try and solve this case from a hospital bed.
Vance, you've said an awful lot of things that have confused me on an awful lot of occasions, but that last statement of yours makes me wonder just how hard you did get hit on your head.
Worried, Markham?
Yes, I am.
You do as I ask, and you aren't the one who should be worried about me, my friend. It should be either mother, father, or daughter Clark.
Look, Callahan, I want to do this myself. That door to Lefty's room is awful thin. I can bust it down by crashing into it just once, I'm sure. And Sergeant Heath says I'm to bring Lefty in, so I'm going to do it. Okay?
Right.
Okay, here goes. Step back and keep your gun ready.
Hey, what's going on out there?
Hey, okay, you hold it. Hold still, don't move. Oh, there's two of you, huh?
A cop, eh? What do you want busting in here like this, fella? You got a warrant?
No, Lefty, but I got a gun. Do me a favor and try to argue with it, will you? Come on in here, Callahan. We got 2 passengers for the wagon. Isn't that nice? We'll have company all the way down to headquarters.
It's terribly warm in this hospital room, Vance. Are you sure you're comfortable?
Yes, Miss Clark. But thank you for being so solicitous. I hope Mr. Markham's call didn't interfere with your plans.
Didn't interfere? Of course it did. We were leaving town. It probably made us miss our train.
The last I heard, there were other trains.
Your information is still correct, Ellen. Mrs. Clark, if somebody threatened the safety, perhaps even the sanity of your daughter, you'd take steps to prevent that from happening, wouldn't you?
Of course I would.
And so would I, Vance.
I'm sure you would, Mr. Clark. And I'm sure that Steve Cayley was a constant threat to your daughter.
Look, we've already confessed to killing Steve. But neither you nor the district attorney would believe us.
Of course we wouldn't. You both said you shot him, and Cayley was stabbed. Vance, we're not getting anywhere.
I imagine that's so. Oh, all right. The Clarks can leave if they like, Markham. I guess a case can't be solved from a hospital bed after all.
I'll help you out with your coat, Miss Clark.
Thank you. I'll be ready for it in a second, as soon as I find my gloves.
I'll help you look for them.
Well, they're not under the bed.
Well, I'm sure they were on this chair. I remember putting them right there on top of my coat. Oh, here they are. They must have fallen on the floor.
Well, we still might be able to make the train if we leave right now. Goodbye, Mr. Vance. I'd like to shake hands with you and wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you, Mrs. Clark. Well, Mr. Clark, want to shake hands with me?
No.
I will. No hard feelings, Mr. Vance. Pardon my glove.
That's quite all right, Miss Clark. Where's your other glove?
Right here in my hand. Why?
I just wanted to be sure you had it. Because I'm very sure we have you as Steve Cayley's murderer. It's very hard to explain why Miss Clark is our murderer, Markham. The combination of everybody talking and the way my head hurts makes it very difficult.
All right. Quiet, everybody, please. Quiet. Go ahead, Vance.
Well, to begin with, Kaylee was killed by a left-handed person. Miss Clark had denied she was left-handed because she realized the mistake she made when she left the knife in Kaylee's body at a revealing angle.
Our daughter is left-handed, yes, but she's not a murderer.
Why didn't you tell her she was left-handed?
Nobody asked her.
That's right, Markham. When Mr. and Mrs. Clark came into your office to confess, we didn't mention the fact that Kaylee was killed by somebody who was left-handed.
Weren't you too brilliant, though? All right, so I'm left-handed. I put my right glove on first, so you knew that when I shook hands with you. And I did kill Steve. Do you know anybody who deserves death more?
I'm not prepared to say. All I know is that if you had waited a while, I'm sure one of his own gang would have done the job for you. Markham, if you don't mind.
Not at all. All right, everybody, let's leave Vance alone now.
Not exactly alone, I'm saying.
All right.
Let's go, everybody. Mr. and Mrs. Clark, and, of course, Jan.
Come along.
Goodbye, Vance.
Thanks, Vance. Thanks for everything.
Well, I guess that's that, Vance. How do you feel?
Not too badly, thank you, Ellen. By the way, you know why I wanted this hospital room heated.
I know now. You wanted to make sure the Clarks would take off their coats and their gloves.
That's right. I stalled for a while with unimportant talk to make sure the heat of the room would get them to take off their coats and gloves by themselves, without any suggestion from me that might put them on their guard.
You mean put Jan on her guard, don't you?
I didn't know which of the Clarks was guilty, Ellen. In fact, I didn't know if any of them were. I had to make sure one of them showed they were left-handed before I could do anything at all.
You did plenty, Vance. If you don't believe me, ask Jan Clark. But getting back to Markham's office a minute, what was all that confessing business up there?
Mr. and Mrs. Clark wanted to keep suspicion off their daughter, even though they didn't know at the time that she had killed Kaylee.
Oh.
Chances are she tried to get them to murder her ex-husband, making up stories about how Kaylee was annoying her. And I guess they didn't act quickly enough to suit her.
Uh-huh. By the way, you know, of course, that it could have been Kaylee's gang stooge, Lefty, who knocked off the big boss.
It might have been Lefty, of course, but not in view of what happened here a little while ago.
You mean Jan's confession?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've got something there. And I guess Markham will be able to get plenty on Lefty and the rest of Kaylee's gang.
No question about that. Well, as they say in books, this all came out fine in the end.
In the end and at the end of the left-handed murder case.
Calling all detectives. When a music writer died violently, the only clue was a scrap of paper with some musical symbols. A musical key to murder. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Take it from me, Jerry Browning, private detective. Solving a crime is like playing music. You've got to start with the right key. The man who walked into my office was fat, 50-ish, and agitated.
Mr. Browning, I'm Guy Ritchie, the music publisher.
I nodded. I know who you are, Mr. Ritchie. Saw your picture in last night's paper. You're the man Alan Avery worked for. Committed suicide. Shot himself right in your office, didn't he?
Suicide, my eye! The papers and the police can call it that, but I'm not holding still for it. Alan Avery was a top pop man in my staff. I paid him a fat salary and a percentage in royalties. He's written a lot of hit tunes. He's made a lot of money. I know he's never been in debt, so that rules out that angle.
Well, what about his health, emotional status?
Never sick a day in the 8 years I've known him. Emotionally, well, maybe a little moody, temperamental. You expect that in a songwriter. But believe me, Browning, Alan Avery wasn't the kind of person who'd take his own life.
Yet the evidence... Richie threw out a pudgy hand.
Evidence, my foot! The police base a suicide theory on the fact that Alan just wrote a torch tune. I can't face my heart. The next line is, unless you say yes to my arms. Clever, huh? But right away, everybody figures it's a farewell note, especially since he and his wife separated about a month ago. Why, even that was about patched up. You see, she's a classical musician, and their temperaments clashed a little. But now, Browning, here's an important thing.
He reached into his wallet, fished out a scrap of paper. On it was scribbled 5 lines, the treble clef, and the musical symbol of a sharp on the top line.
That was found below Alan's body. I think he left it as a dying message, but the reporters and the cops only laughed at my idea. Browning, as sure as I'm sitting here, this is the key to Alan's murder.
With nothing more than a scrap of paper to go on, I was hired to prove that what looked like suicide was actually murder. I told Richie that before I investigated the piece of paper with its musical symbols, I wanted to talk to Mrs. Avery. Richie gave me her address, said I was to handle the case any way I saw fit. Then he told me why he was willing to hire a private detective.
Alan Avery helped make my success. He came to me 8 years ago with that song called Do You Remember November? I published it. It was a hit, and I was big time. And this last tune, I Can't Face My Heart, be another smash. I kind of figure I owe something to Avery.
I drove away, thinking that after all, there are some nice people in the world. And after I met Mrs. Avery, I was practically convinced of it. She was tall and slender, with a kind of silvery blonde hair that ought to look awful good behind footlights. She told me that there had been a reconciliation between her and Alan, and she had intended to give up her career as a harpist with the Granton Concert Orchestra Group. Only she'd made a decision too late to stop her husband from doing away with himself. Well, this was interesting. Mrs. Avery, professional name Francesca Sutton, believed Alan had committed suicide. I showed her the scrap of paper. Francesca puzzled over it for a minute, then handed it back with a sad smile. In her opinion, it was meaningless, just a sample of a musician's doodling. I drove back to my office, brooded over that scrap of paper. Then I went to the Aeolian building. Guy Ritchie seemed a little surprised to see me.
You're a fast worker, Browning. What have you got to report?
Not too much, Mr. Ritchie. I've analyzed this bit of paper for every possible meaning. And with your cooperation, we'll try some tests. Look, these symbols, the lines, the sharp, and the treble sign, what do they mean to you?
Why, the key of G, of course.
That's what they mean to me, too. So, let's have it, Mr. Ritchie.
Have what, Browning? I don't know what you're talking about.
The key, Mr. Ritchie, the key. Your first name is Guy. That means the initial G. Therefore, the key of G. Get it?
Hey, that's mighty clever. Could be I hold the key to, well, a safety deposit box I shared with Alan, eh? Slick detecting, I call it. Only I don't have any keys except in my office, my car, and my house. So what's next, Mr. Browning?
Well, I put my brain into reverse and came up with another little gem of reasoning. These musical symbols are also known as characters, and the whole drawing could be interpreted as a staff. Maybe with the last of his strength, Alan was trying to tell you it was some character on your staff who's the killer. How about it, Mr. Ritchie? Anyone here fit the description? Ritchie grinned.
Browning, everybody on my staff is a character. But wait, I'll let you see for yourself.
He pushed some buttons on his desk. The door flew open, and his staff members came in. Ritchie was right. They were characters. His secretary was a cute little gum-chewing hepcat. According to her, she could dig that I was strictly gone, but she was no square either. Someday she'd be a BTO, too. English translation, big-time operator. I shook the fog out of my brain and went to work on the next candidate. This was Ritchie's lyricist, a lad named Thorpe. I'm sure he even thought in rhyme. Avery murdered? Well, I can't imagine why. Don't look at me. I've got an alibi. Was at the Carter house for dinner, left there at 8, went to a movie, and you can prove it by my date. That's how it went. One weirdie after another, and each with an unshakable story, a strict accounting for the time in which Avery died, and no reason for killing him. My face was as red as a poll taker's the day after election. I left the Aeolian building, stood down on the street, still staring at that scrap of paper. Suddenly, I had it. The symbol for the key of G was F-sharp. I was so engrossed in my latest deduction that I didn't see the boy on the bike until it was too late. It was a Western Union messenger who'd run into me. I picked myself and him up. He was not happy.
Why don't you do your dreaming someplace else, mister? If you knocked me into the street under a car, I'd be playing a harp by now.
Then it really hit. I yanked a bill out of my pocket, tossed it to the boy, and was in my car and nothing flat. I found Mrs. Avery, also known as Francesca Sutton, at her apartment and surrounded by half-filled suitcases. Right on top of one of the cases was a fat bundle of securities. Figuring on leaving town, Mrs. Avery? She didn't have to answer. The look on her face was guilt in large letters. You knew I'd figure it out finally, didn't you? The F for Francesca, and the sharp symbol, S for Sutton, and H-A-R-P, harp. That scrap of paper named you as your husband's killer. Let's go, Mrs. Avery. You're under arrest for murder. She fought it for a while, but the evidence against her was too great. All that stuff about a reconciliation was nonsense, intended to lull his suspicions until she could set the stage for murder, in order to get over $20,000 in securities that he owned. She'd walked into Avery's office, shot him, and taken the securities, certain that the death would be considered suicide. But as he was dying, Avery penciled that scrawl. And in the end, it sent her to the chair. Like I said, the real key to a crime is always evident, even though it may at first sound like a wrong note.
Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Sal Hepatica and Vitalis present Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens.
Mr. District Attorney is brought to you in the public interest as part of the constant fight for a better America by Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. And tonight, the case of the money machine.
Who is it?
Let me in, Joyce. I got him with me.
Is he all right? He won't get violent or anything.
Well, of course he's all right. Sit down, Frank. Take off your coat.
Can he understand, Emil?
Take off your coat. You hear me, Frank? I understand.
I was worried sick. I still am.
Worried? Now, you just sit there, Frank. You don't have to talk. Oh.
Did it go all right?
Yeah, there was nothing to it. I slipped in the back door of the asylum, got him out of his room, and here we are. Didn't take an hour.
You sure they won't miss him before morning?
Oh, look, Joyce, I told you I used to work in the joint 3 years ago. I took care of cases like him.
Oh, I know, but won't
He's just like a lump of putty or something. You set him down and he stays there.
Well, he doesn't look crazy, I'll say that for him.
No, he lives in a state, something like that. They got a lot of them like him. Always seem to be thinking about something a million miles away.
Frank?
Now leave him alone. He's all right. Give him a pan of water after a while. We'll keep him in the back room until we hook up with the carny.
A pan of water? Like a dog?
I don't want him cutting himself on any glass, kid. He's a little money machine.
I still wonder if it'll work. No carnival wants a guy working. You ought to be in a hatchery.
Well, who's going to know? He'd be a sensation, I tell you. We used to turn him on all the time when I worked the hospital.
Turn him on?
Yeah, sure. The doc explained it one day.
He's got a mind for figures, see? That's why I thought we'd bill the actors to lightning calculator. You like it?
Ask him something, Emil. You know, just like you were a square in the crowd.
Oh, sure. He likes it. All right, Frankie. Here's one for you. You ready? Look at the way his eyes light up.
Go on, ask him.
Oh, yeah, sure. Multiply, Frank. 3, 6, 9, 2, 1, 8. Got that?
3, 6, 9, 2, 1, 8.
Times 403. Got it?
Times 403.
All right, boy. What's the answer?
The answer is 148,794,854.
Mr. Gresham is here, Chief.
Oh.
Go right in, please,
Well,
sir.
thank you, Miss Miller.
Well, Mr. Gresham, sit down. Sit down. This is Mr. Harrington.
Ah, Mr. Gresham. Mr. Harrington?
Oh, do you want me, Chief?
Yes, stay if you will, please, Miss Miller. You're with the State Hospital, Mr. Gresham.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're familiar with the institution.
Yeah,
that's for the chronic insane, isn't it? We have the heavier load of the state's incurables, yes, Mr. Harrington. I've been in charge of protection out there for the last year.
Oh, yes, we know.
I know you're busy, so I'll make this brief. When the attendants checked roll this morning, we found one of the patients missing.
Uh-oh. Yes, go on, Mr. Gresham.
Well, naturally, finding him again is part of my job. However, I wanted you to have a full report, too.
Yes, we'd like to have. Take this down, will you, Miss Miller?
Right, Chief.
A man or a woman, Mr. Gresham? A man. His name is Kent. Frank Kent. I'm not a doctor, Mr. D.A., but I do know his history.
Which is what?
Well, without using technical terms, Kent is, off in another world is one way to describe him.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
He's seldom violent. In fact, you're seldom aware of him at all.
Yes, well, could he become violent, Mr. Gresham?
My answer would be yes. Most of them could, if the right things happen.
Yeah.
However, you can get more exact dope from the doctors.
You got a description of him?
Oh, I know Frank quite well. He has a unique ability, actually. Something I've never run up against before.
Unique ability, did you say, Mr. Gresham?
That's right. He has a head for figures, mathematics. He's amazing, Mr. Harrington. He can add, subtract, multiply, all in his head. And all in a matter of seconds.
No matter how complicated the numbers?
I've never seen him stumped yet.
Yes, there are cases on record like that. Some of them phenomenal.
Yeah, how did he escape, Mr. Gresham?
Sometime last night, his door was open from the outside.
Maybe some other patient.
No, Mr. Harrington, that's literally impossible. There are too many doors to get through.
And you have no idea where he might be now?
I know Frank's habits, Mr. D.A. I think perhaps I can trace him. Where I need your help, though,
yes,
we want to know who opened that door. Here he is, my friend, the mathematical Mr. Hyatt. He adds, he subtracts, he multiplies, he divides any number you name. Get that, friends? Any number, no matter how long it falls. And now, just to show you what he does on the inside, here's an actual demonstration before your very eyes. Miss Booth.
Yes, Mr. Hudson.
Is the lightning calculator ready?
Quite ready, Mr. Hudson.
All right, folks, give me a number. Any number, just shout it out. You, sir. Beg pardon? All right, now, 596. Thank you, sir.
596.
And you, sir, will you supply the second number? Anything at all, sir? Beg pardon? All right. Times 384. Got that?
We're ready, Mr. Hudson.
Times 384.
The answer, please.
The answer is 228,864.
Thank you, lightning calculator. All right, folks, the show on the inside will begin immediately. Don't miss this amazing demonstration. There's plenty of room on the inside. Follow the metal master into the tent. Thank you, friends. The show is about to begin.
Come on, let's go, Harry. Emil, who's taking tickets?
Oh, wait till I get this flap shut.
Gee, the tent's filling up.
I told you he'd be a sensation, didn't I? Now we can make real plans. Where is he?
Oh, he's all right. He's just changing into his costume. He's been doing it all week.
Well, get him out and on the platform. We turn this crowd over fast, we can talk plans before dinner.
What do you mean, plans?
Well, you think I'm going to waste my time on a carny lot all spring?
But you just said
They
we're
should play class dates, Joyce. Maybe even a first-rate nightclub.
What?
Mental acts are big, you know that. I might even teach him some routines. Come on, help me get him going.
Well, I still say we ought to stay right...
Well, what?
Who are you? My name is Gresham. I'm just sitting here in the trailer talking to Frank.
Yeah? Well, look, buddy, we don't allow nobody to... Wait a minute. How'd you know his name?
Frank, who is this man?
I'll handle this, Joyce.
Mr. Gresham is my friend.
Be quiet, Frank. All right, let's have it.
I'm from State Hospital. I've come to take Frank home.
In the morning, when you awaken with a dull, headachy feeling because you need a laxative, you want relief, fast relief. And you get fast relief when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica. Sal Hepatica, taken before breakfast, brings gentle, speedy relief, usually within an hour.
But if it's not until much later in the day that you feel miserable and logy because you need a laxative, well, then, too, you want fast relief. And for fast relief, take sparkling Sal Hepatica 1/2 hour before dinner. Get gentle, speedy relief before bedtime.
Yes, for really fast relief, anytime, morning or evening, take Sal Hepatica and avoid laxative lag. That feeling of discomfort that continues for hours until the ordinary slow-acting laxative brings relief.
What's more, because Sal Hepatica is antacid, it will also sweeten a sour stomach. Anytime you need a laxative, take Sal Hepatica and get gentle, speedy relief.
Morning or night, get feeling right with gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
We'll just use this desk here in the hospital boardroom, Harrington. Did you bring that diagram, Miss Miller?
Yes, sir, right here, Chief. I marked the location of Frank Kent's room right there.
Yeah, here we are. Here's the corridor right here. Mm-hmm. Now, if you ask me, he went out through here and right in this door here.
Yes, and directly to the kitchen. Yes, from here it would be easy to get out into the yard.
Sure, if you have help.
Yes. Yes, I want to go over that with Gresham. What did his office say, Harrington?
Well, I told the guard that we're over here in this wing, Chief. Mm-hmm. He said he'd tell Gresham as soon as he comes in.
But he's not here now?
No, and he hasn't been since last night.
Well, it's my fault, actually. I should have made sure he kept in touch with us.
He'll be back, Chief. In the meantime, we can try to figure out what happened.
Yes. Well, it narrows down to this. Kent's been gone over a week.
10 days now. Mm-hmm. Gresham can't find a trace of him.
And there's nothing turned up at missing persons either. I checked again just before we left to come out here.
Well, all right, let's assume this. If a fellow patient couldn't have released Kent.
And that holds because they were all locked up, too.
Yes, exactly. Then the next guess is an employee.
Chief, you mean one of the nurses or doctors?
No, not necessarily. It might have been a guard. At least someone who knows these passageways very well.
Yeah, and knows where Frank's room was.
Yes, that's right. And finally, someone who wanted him out.
Well, it couldn't have been a relative. His record doesn't list any.
Well, nevertheless, somebody helped him, Miss Miller. Our job is to find out who and why.
Don't worry about Frank, Gresham. Joyce will bring him right back here to the trailer.
As soon as the show is over?
I promised you, didn't I? You don't want that audience to riot, do you?
Well, all right. Can't be much longer. Well, it sure was a surprise to me, I'll tell you that.
Hey, care for a drink?
No, thanks. What was a surprise?
Finding out Frank was in a nut house. I hope you know I wouldn't have had anything to do with him if I'd known.
You'll still have to answer some questions. As I explained, there's some doubt about how Frank got out.
And you got me. He turned up here in the carny, and I hired him. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm. You've always been with the carnival?
Yeah, for years. What makes you ask that?
When I was standing in the crowd outside, I asked some of the other performers about you. None of them seemed to know much.
Oh? You ask at the front office?
Not yet. I imagine the district attorney will see to that.
The DA?
I told you his disappearance could have become very serious.
Oh, sure.
Well, tell me, how'd the DA find him here?
He didn't. I did.
Oh. Then he don't know you found him yet.
Not yet. My job is to see that he gets back.
Sure. Well, you can count on me, Gresham. Like I said, he turned up and I hired him. That's about all I know.
He looks thinner than when he was at the hospital. Has he been well?
You got me. He seemed to want to be alone, so I didn't bother him much.
I see. They're taking a long time.
The crowds are crazy about him. He'll quit in a minute. Joyce handles the questions for him.
Amazing. I had a hunch I'd find him in a place like this. That's why I looked in that magazine.
Billboard?
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me. It's hard for me to believe.
What is?
Oh, that he could, have a couple of screws missing. He's such a simple guy.
His mind isn't.
He's sure nuts about figures. You, sure you won't have a drink?
No, not now.
It's just cheap whiskey. I don't usually go for drinking myself. Take a bottle like this. Simple-minded jerk. How do you like it now, huh? Come on, you lousing up the chair.
Come on, Frank. We got to change him.
Hey, don't just stand there. Help me do something with him.
That's my friend.
You keep out of this, Frank. Joyce, lock the door.
What did you do to him?
I hit him with the bottle. Now, will you lock the door?
Mr. Gresham is my friend. I think if I'm
Shut
hungry,
up. I don't want to hear another word out of you. Joyce?
I'm locking it.
All right. Now put Frank in his closet.
What?
You heard me. Put him in and lock it. Go on.
Not now. I want to stay with my friend.
Go with Joyce, Frank. Go on.
Come on, Frank. In here.
Please?
Aim on.
Frank, get in there. You want a belt in the teeth?
No.
In here, Frank. That's good.
And don't make any noise.
Any more orders, mastermind?
Now, don't get smart.
Smart? When you just hit him over the head?
You think I'm going to let him take Frank back after all my work?
He'll only find you again, Amor. I told you this was no good.
Oh, look, this creep was on his own. All I got to do is change my name. And Frank's, too.
What happens when he comes to? You going to keep hitting him the rest of his life?
I don't have to.
Why not? Do you think he'll ever come... What do you mean?
The rest of his life is over, kid. He's dead.
I'm sorry, Harrington. I was so shocked when you told me it was Roy Gresham. I didn't get all the facts.
I know how you feel, Chief. I couldn't believe it either.
Harrington, you said he died from a blow on the head?
Yeah. Doc Hogan's got him downstairs in the morgue now.
Where was his body discovered?
In a boxcar.
What?
Yeah, in a boxcar on the railroad side, Miss Miller. Switch out about 10 miles out of town.
His death occurred there?
No, I got it, Chief. There weren't any sign of fight or anything. It's more like somebody killed him and then threw him in the empty car.
Yes, well, we'll know more when Dr. Colgan's through. How about his effects?
Everything was on him. Keys, identification, billfold.
How much money?
About $40. Stuff's all coming up in an envelope.
Jewelry?
Yeah, watch, ring, the usual.
I see. Now, robbery is pretty well ruled out, then.
I think so.
Yes. Get the state hospital on the phone, will you, Miss Miller?
Oh, sure, right away, Chief.
I asked Gresham if Frank Kent could turn violent.
And he said if the right things happened.
Yes.
I wonder if they did.
Haven't you even got him into his tuxedo yet? It goes on in another hour.
Amor, I'm scared.
You're what? All right, shut the door. The door. Never mind, Frank. I wasn't talking to you. I said shut the door.
Yes, Amor.
There's nothing to be scared about, Joyce. You saw the papers this morning. They barely mentioned that bum from the hospital.
I mean here. This isn't a carny anymore, Amor. This is a nightclub.
Hey, you're telling me. $40 a night.
The police will be looking for Frank. Don't you see that? More than ever now.
So what?
So what? When they find Frank, they'll know about that man.
You think I'm a dope? You think I ain't got that squared away?
Joyce.
Shut up. Look, kid, who was looking for Frank? Gresham, wasn't it?
Mr. Gresham.
Shut up or I'll throw you in the closet. What if they do find him?
But
who will they think killed him? Me? Or a nut who escaped?
You mean you're going to tell them Frank killed him?
Mr. Gresham.
I'm telling nobody nothing. Chances are it'll be a long time before they find us.
But if they do, what then?
They'll assume Frank conked them. It's natural.
Mr. Gresham is dead.
We know that, Frank. You're my money machine, kid. And I'm keeping you turned on full.
Listen now to some good grooming advice.
Every Jane and Judy and Alice goes for guys who use Vitalis. They have handsome, healthy-looking hair when they give it live action care.
So be one of those well-groomed guys.
Well-groomed and Vitalis-wise. For live action care of your scalp and your hair. Get Vitalis.
Do more than just keep your hair well-groomed. Keep it neater in a natural, healthy-looking way with live-action Vitalis Care. Vitalis and the 60-second workout wakes up your scalp. You actually feel the tingling difference, and she'll see the difference in your hair.
Yet be one of those well-groomed guys. Well-groomed and Vitalis-wise. For live-action care of your scalp and your hair. Get Vitalis. Yes, get Vitalis.
When the doctor out of the hospital calls, let me know, Miss Miller, will you?
All right, I will, Chief.
I've asked for a full report on Kent's condition.
Uh-huh.
At least if we understand his illness, we'll know what to expect.
And where to find him.
Yes, I'll get that.
Oh, all right.
Maybe the doctor. Yes?
Chief?
Harrington.
I got news.
Yes, where are you?
About 2 miles from that railroad site.
Oh, where Gresham's body was found?
That's right. I found a carnival playing a field out there.
A carnival?
Yeah, Chief. This falls right into our lap. Remember that half-a-ticket stub we found on Gresham?
Yes. Did you trace it?
Yeah, sure, through the printer. Gresham got it when he paid admission to this carny last night.
A carnival. Of course.
Well, sure, you can just about guess the rest.
Yeah.
Frank Kent was in the sideshow here until this morning.
Yes, who with?
Oh, a guy named Emil Hudson. Oh, and a dame.
Emil Hudson.
Yes, that's right. Why, does the name mean anything to you?
Yes, it means plenty, Harrington. His name is on the personnel records of the hospital.
Huh?
Yes, he used to work there.
Oh, brother, this is really narrowing down.
Well, all right, let's finish it then. Can you get a lead on where they are now?
Well, see, we're stymied there.
Yes?
Looks to me like the three of them pulled out for good.
Joyce.
Sit still, Frank. Now fix your tie.
Mr. Gresham.
Don't keep mentioning him, Frank.
He's my friend.
Yeah, I know.
Mother, I want to introduce my friend.
What?
He wants me to walk to school with him, Mother. May I?
What are you talking about?
If I walk with my friend, they can't laugh at me. Not if I'm with him.
Sure. Sure. Now, hold still. You go on in half an hour.
Don't laugh at my friend, Mother. Please don't.
There. Now you look okay.
Mother?
Look, now snap out of it, will you?
You're laughing, Mother. Don't.
What?
Stop, I said.
Frank, let go of me. Frank,
Stop
no.
it. Stop it. Don't laugh.
Frank, let go. What you get him all excited for? Are you nuts? Relax, I said. Relax.
Don't hurt me, Mother. Don't.
Wait a minute. Slam the door, Joyce. You want the manager to come in here? You stay where you are. Now listen to me, Frank. We go on in a minute. And you're going to do a show.
Mother?
Now think, Frank.
Think?
Numbers. Nothing but numbers. 8, times 8? Tell me.
8 times 8.
Tell me.
The answer is 64.
All right. 8, 9, 6, 5 times 4, 6, 9.
I'll call back.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, I have that.
Information.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, thank you. No, that's all we need. Right?
Chief, nothing so far.
Me neither.
That's all right. We're finished.
Finished?
Yes, almost finished, Harrington. Get your things, Miss Miller, and you too, Harrington.
You got what we want,
Oh,
Chief?
I'm sure of it. Now let's go. Well, this is quite a change for me, Harrington.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't get to nightclubs very often.
No, me neither, Chief. Not even on a visit like this.
Chief, he's coming out on the floor.
Oh, yes, I see.
Now,
All right,
Master
Harrington.
of Ceremonies
You'd better
is
take
kind
your
enough
station
to
over by the
explain
wall.
we're about
Right.
to begin.
See you in a minute.
Does someone over there have a problem?
This gentleman has a problem. May I have the numbers, please? Are you ready, calculator?
Ready?
6, 7, 9, 6.
Repeat that, please. 6, 7, 9, 6.
Multiplied by 7, 8, 9.
Times 7, 8, 9. The answer, please. The answer is 5,362,044. I thank you. May we have another question, please? You, sir?
Yes, I have a question.
Go right ahead, sir. The human calculator never fails. May we have it quiet, please? Go ahead, sir.
My question is, who killed Roy Gresham?
Wait a minute.
Who killed him, Frank? Tell me quickly.
Stay put, sister. I'm right behind you.
Frank?
Amo killed him. Amo hit him.
Shut up.
All right, boy. Just stand where you are.
All right, just stay at your tables, ladies and gentlemen. This is all part of the show. Brophy's at the door, Miss Miller. See that he takes charge of Frank.
He's all right, Chief. He isn't moving out of his chair.
Let go of me, you clown. What are you trying to do?
Amo, make him stop.
All right, take them out the side, Harrington. Come on, both of you. This show is over.
Well, there's one good thing, Chief.
Yes?
Frank is back in the hospital.
He certainly is, and under good care once again, Miss Miller.
Yeah, so are Joyce and Emil. Under our care. Real special.
Yes, Joyce didn't stand up very well under questioning, did she, Harrington?
No, I'll say she didn't. She even handed us the bottle Emil used to kill Gresham. Complete with fingerprints.
Well, Chief, actually, you didn't need Frank's statement at all, did you?
No, Miss Miller, but it helped to unnerve both Joyce and Emil. That, and it gave them no chance to get together on their stories. And that's why she broke down so readily.
Oh, it was a cinch. After that ticket stub led us to the Carney, all we had to do was phone nightclubs until we found one that had just booked a mental act.
Yes, Emil boasted that he'd put Frank into a nightclub, Harrington, and some of the carnival people were only too glad to give us that suggestion.
Yeah, some suggestion. We find them waiting for us. Well, Frank sure got a mind, all right. I'm glad he's got a good care now and in a place where he belongs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy tonight to join the San Francisco Junior Chamber of Commerce and station KNBC in naming our first honorary Mr. District Attorney. He is 15-year-old Alvin Julian of Sequoia High School in Redwood City, California. Alvin, at great personal risk, lowered himself into a narrow drain pipe to rescue a 13-month-old baby that had fallen 10 feet into the pit. Our first honorary Mr. District Attorney, Alvin Julian. Information on how you can become an honorary Mr. District Attorney can be supplied by the station to which you are listening. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in each of us somewhere there exists fear. A clever criminal realizes this, and often he can twist that fear into tragedy. We encounter such a man in next week's highly dramatic case of Scared to Death. And I urge you to join us for it. Until then, thank you and good night.
The next time you have a headache, take Bufferin because
Bufferin acts twice as fast as aspirin. Here's why.
You see, no tablet, no powder can relieve pain until the pain-relieving ingredient enters your bloodstream. Bufferin, with its exclusive formula, gets into your bloodstream twice as fast as aspirin. That's why it acts twice as fast as aspirin to relieve pain.
So for fast pain relief from headaches, neuritis, neuralgia, get Bufferin at drug counters everywhere. Bufferin. Bufferin.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Justin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Vola as Miss Miller, with music by Charles Paul. The program was produced and directed by Edward A. Byron and written by Robert J. Shaw. Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord. And remember, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Sal Hepatica, Vitalis. Fred Utel speaking for Bristol Myers, who invites you to tune in again next week for Mr. District Attorney.
With police and federal departments throughout the United States. The radio program that brings you authentic facts on criminal case history. Sloan's Leonard presents Gangbusters.
Tonight, from the files of the New York City Police, official facts on the Broadway and Coney Island murder.
Speaking of murderous careers, are you working part-time for the Axis? No, of course not. And don't be indignant. I merely wanted to make my point. Maybe your back or your arm is working for the Axis without you knowing it. You see, if you have an aching back, a stiff neck, or a sore arm as a result of overexertion, strain, or fatigue, and you don't do anything about it fast enough, you're losing valuable time and effort and playing right into the hands of the enemy. The quickest and most effective relief for muscular aches and pains is Sloan's liniment, because Sloan's is the easy pat-on liniment that works just like a heat treatment without any painful rubbing or massage. You see, the actual pain of muscular distress is caused by blood congestion. But when you pat on Sloan's liniment, a soothing, concentrated warmth quickly penetrates to the affected spot, breaks up that congestion, and helps permit the blood to circulate freely again. Your arm feels almost like new, and so do you. So next time muscular distress attacks and you need help in a hurry, get Sloan's liniment. And now, Gangbusters in the case of the unknown killer. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to Gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Inspector Charles N. Stilson, New York City Police, retired. Thank you, Charles Stark. Inspector Stilson, tonight's case is one of the strangest in many years.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For the police were not only dealing with cold-blooded murder, but a gang leader whose identity was unknown even in the underworld.
Where does tonight's case begin, Inspector Stilson?
Well, Colonel Schwarzkopf, it was 10 minutes after midnight of April the 16th, 1939. A man sat before a battered roll-top desk in a dimly lit office on a side street off Broadway, New York City. He was busily stuffing rolls of bills into a black leather briefcase. Suddenly, the telephone rang.
Yeah, who is it?
That you, Mercurio?
Who is this?
Mean to say you don't recognize my voice? Who are you trying to kid?
Oh, it's you. Where are you? I'm in town. Where are you?
Never mind where I am. I want to see you, Mercurio.
No, wait a minute. You got me wrong.
Did I say anything? I just said I'm going to pay you a little visit. say in about 20 minutes.
No, wait. Let me explain. You got it all wrong.
Have I? Still kidding yourself, huh? Well, I'm coming up to your office, Mercurio, and I'm putting daylight into your brain.
Hello. 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 Oh, money. The briefcase. There.
Going my way, Mercurio?
You. What? I thought you said 20 minutes.
Just my little joke. I was calling from the phone booth next door.
Listen, let's talk this over. Can't we talk it over?
The gun's in my overcoat pocket. Shall we turn up this alley?
Alley.
Get going.
Please, you gotta believe me. I wasn't holding out your share of the door. Honest, I wasn't.
A nice little alley to walk in, isn't it?
Look, the door's in this briefcase. You can have all of it, every cent.
Big-hearted guy all of a sudden.
Just take the briefcase. Now we're square, pal. We're square.
That's right, Mercurio. All but this.
Okay now, Gonzalez. We can talk in this compartment. What do you want to know?
Well, he's this way, Copper. This guy what sent you to Chicago to get me. He's a big shot, eh?
Biggest they come.
How come he sends for me?
Well, you see, Gonzalez, the guy whose job you're taking double-crossed him. So there's an open spot in his mouth.
Oh.
You see, the boss keeps his ear to the ground, hears that you're doing a good job in Chicago, so he sends for you.
What kind of guy this boss is, Copper?
I don't know too much about him myself, Gonzalez.
Huh? You're his head man, ain't you?
Yeah, sure. But don't pay to get curious. How with this guy?
Where are we going to meet in New York? His office or headquarters?
Boss don't have no headquarters. Like that, people he don't want to see can't pay surprise visits.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. He does all his business on crowded subway stations. So that's where we're going to meet him.
First time I've been down in New York subway.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, this is the busiest subway station in the world, Gonzalez. Times Square.
Hey, where do you suppose all these people are going, huh?
Who cares? Come on, we'll walk down to this end of the station where it's left and right, huh?
We got to wait long?
You can answer that as well as me. All I know, he was told to wait.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, boss, I didn't see you back at that post.
And you're Gonzalez.
That's right. Glad to know you.
I've heard some good things from Chicago about you, Gonzalez. Handy with a rod, they tell me.
Sure. Both hands.
Good. I'll try that hand of yours tonight on the payroll job. Capper, just get a car and we'll meet at the usual place near Coney Island at 8 o'clock.
All right, boss.
Okay, now separate and I'll see you tonight. That's the movie house over there by the boardwalk. Now, you got your part straight, Capper?
Yeah, sure, Killer. I stay in the car and be ready for the getaway.
How about you, Gonzalez?
Right, sure. When the manager comes out with the money, I massage him with a bullet.
For the last time, I'm telling you that I'll handle the manager. You take care of the cop who'll be with him.
Well, I figured I handled both of them.
You do what you're told.
Hey, boss, they're coming out of the movie now.
Okay, Gonzalez, get out of the car. Capper, be ready for a fast getaway.
I'll be ready.
Come on, Gonzalez. Keep your gun out of sight till we're on top of it.
How about it, boss? Okay now?
A few more steps. Just look at that cop. He thinks he... Now, kill him. We've got no time to waste on you, mister. I got the money.
Wait, the cop ain't dead yet. Now he is.
Here comes the car.
Come on, boss. Up in. Nice job.
Shut up. Get going. Come on, get going.
Surf Avenue, Coney Island. All patrolmen in Coney Island area, canvass section for eyewitnesses to crime. Homicide squad reports to headquarters at once. Come in.
Captain Dennison's man out here wants to see you about Coney Island murder.
Bring him in, Sergeant Hurley.
Right this way, please.
Sure, Sergeant. Is this the officer I talked to?
I'm Captain Dennison. The sergeant says you have some information about Patrolman Fox's murder.
That's right, Cap. My name is Siggy Nash. I'm a photographer. You know, I take pictures.
Movies?
Well, sort of. You know, you're moving along the sidewalk, and I snap your picture. And you send me 2 bits, and you get the real art job. You know.
I see. And now, about the information you have.
Yeah, well, on this night when the 2 rods burned down the copper, the policeman, I'm working 1st Avenue across from the movie house.
Then you saw the holdup?
Well, no, not exactly, Cap. You see, I'm busy pursuing my profession. I'm taking a close-up of a slick chick that's anchoring down the avenue, and then the fireworks start.
Oh.
Later, though, I develops the picture, and I takes one look, and I figured that's the McCoy. Here, take a gander at this.
Yeah, that's very nice, but... Hey, what's that in the background?
That's why I said it's the McCoy. You see, there's a guy sitting in a car. As soon as the shooting starts, he gets underway, and he picks up them 2 stick-ups.
Good work, Siggy. Sergeant, come here.
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, take this photograph down to identification. Have them make a blow-up of the face of that man in the car. See if anybody can identify him.
Yes, sir.
Siggy, I want you to know that we're grateful for your cooperation.
Oh, I think nothing of it, Cap. It's all private day's work. She sure was a slick chick, wasn't she, huh? Ain't often I get a dame what's so, photogenic. What's on, Cap?
Captain Dennison's office.
Sergeant Hurley, sir. I'm down at identification now. We've identified the man in the car.
Excellent, Sergeant. Who is he?
A gunman named Kappa. We've had him in on several homicides, but he's been able to wriggle out of them. Served time for assault some years back.
Have Kappa picked up immediately, Sergeant.
I'll get the men out of right away, Captain. We know Kappa's usual hangouts. Should only take a couple of hours.
All right, get going.
You say that fellow Kappa spent a lot of time here in your pool room, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, sir, Sergeant. He's a nice boy, too. You know, he's never no trouble.
Yeah. Hey, what's he do for a living? Working?
Work, eh? Why? When you're so lucky with the dice, why work, eh?
What makes you think he's lucky?
Why, only the other day, he come to me, I got a change of $120 in a silver, 2 bills. I shouldn't be so lucky. Here it comes now. Hello, Captain. Hello, Billy. Hello.
Just a minute, Captain.
Who are you?
Sergeant Hurley, Police Department.
What do you want from me? I ain't done nothing.
Sure. That's just what I tell him, Captain. He's all right.
We'd just like to have you drop down to headquarters for a little talk.
Suppose I don't want to come.
Well, I think I can persuade you.
Okay, I got nothing to worry about.
No.
Keep that corner table empty, Fanny. I'll be back in a half an hour.
All right.
Come on, Captain. Captain's anxious to get the answers to those questions.
It's a penny. He thinks I'm a quiz program.
Yes, he thinks quiz. It's fun.
Personally, I prefer crooners, Captain. I kind of think you're going to croon plenty.
All right, Capper, it's no use calling around anymore. You're going to tell us who the 2 other men were who killed Patrolman Fox.
For the love of my Captain, ain't you been listening to me? I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Stand up when you talk to Captain.
Okay.
All right, now, Capper. Who are the 2 men you picked up in that car after the shooting?
I tell you, I didn't pick up no one. I was just driving along.
Just driving along, huh? Just drive? Who told you to stand up?
He did, the sergeant.
Well, sit down and hurry up about it.
Okay.
What are you doing driving along Surf Avenue?
Just driving along, I tell you.
So that's all you got to say for yourself, just driving, huh?
Okay, Capper, put your hat on. We're going up to the DA's office.
It's okay with me. You better than all these questions you guys...
Take your hat off.
The sergeant just told me to...
And who told you to stand up? Didn't I say sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, sit down.
Okay, you guys ought to make up your mind.
Who are the men in that car with you?
I tell you, there were no guys in the car with
What are you waiting for? I said to come along with me.
Holy smoke, what are you guys trying to do?
Stand up when you talk to the sergeant.
Well, you just told me not to...
Never mind what I told you. What are you going to tell us about the 2 other men in the killing?
Give me a break, will you? I can't think straight. First you tell me to stand up, sit down. He tells me to put
Take
on
that head off.
I didn't mean nothing, Captain. I was just showing
You never gave Fox a break, Capper.
You drove the murder car, Capper.
No, I'm not.
You said before you did drive the car.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
if I'd go easier on us, you'd cooperate. Stand on your feet when the captain's talking to you.
I don't know nothing. I tell you, I wasn't near the movie that night.
You said you were driving along Surf Avenue, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's right by the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Show him that photograph, Sergeant. There you are, my friend. See what's directly behind you? The movie house where the killing took place.
I'm being framed, I tell you.
Get back in that chair.
Oh, let up, will you?
Where'd you get $120 in silver the day after the holdup?
In a crap game, I tell you.
You're lying, Capper. Who's in this with you?
Nobody. I ain't in it.
You fired the first shot.
I didn't. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, he says you did. You going to let him pin it on you? Who is Gonzalez?
I don't know any Gonzalez.
You just said you did. Stand up on your feet.
Okay.
Gonzalez wouldn't front for you like this.
Let me speak, will you?
What are you standing up for?
Oh, lay off,
This
will
is your
you?
last chance, Capper. Where's Gonzalez? About Gonzalez. Come on.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. Only let up on me. He's at the Element Hotel, room 704. Now, will you leave me alone?
Who's the other one?
I won't tell you. I don't know nothing. You can't make me say no more.
All right, Sergeant, take him away. We're going over to that hotel and pay a call on this fellow Gonzalez. Front boy.
Yeah, Mr. Crane?
Take this luggage up to room 501.
All this stuff for one guy? He must be the 4 Hawaiian.
Never mind the wisecracks. Take the stuff up.
Honest, Mr. Crane, I can't. My back's so sore, I just can't lift anything.
Didn't you pat that Sloan's liniment on?
Well, gee, I meant to, Mr. Crane, but a couple of boys came up.
You go to the drugstore and get some Sloan's liniment.
I just pat it on, huh? Not rub it.
Right, just pat Sloan's on. It'll work like a heat treatment.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Crane. Hey, wasn't that Captain Dennison just went up the elevator with that police sergeant?
Never mind that. You go get that Sloan's liniment and pat it on quick. Yeah. And get back here fast so you can get to work. Here's the hotel room, Captain, 704. All right. You know how to handle it, Sergeant? Yes, sir. Have your gun ready? There's no telling what we may walk into. Maybe Gonzalez not in.
Yeah? Telegram for you, Mr. Gonzalez. Telegram? Oh, okay. Shove it under the door. It's collect. 63 cents I gotta get. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, what is that? Hey, so what is this?
Yes, a police special 38 caliber. I wouldn't try to reach that artillery in your shoulder harness if I were you.
I'll take that gun, Gonzalez. Got a permit for it? Who are you guys?
I'm Captain Dennison. This is Sergeant Hurley. We're arresting you for carrying a gun without a permit. And if it happens that the bullets from that gun match the bullets that killed Patrolman Fox, it's murder.
I've been framed. What brought you here?
A pal of yours named Capper. Remember him? He told us where we'd find you.
Capper. Dirty your rat. You should have stayed in Chicago.
Want to talk, Gonzalez, or are you going to take the rap for your pal?
I don't know nothing.
Who was the third man, Gonzalez?
I don't know what he's talking about.
Anything interesting around, Sergeant?
Here's something. What do you make of it, Captain?
Now, keep Gonzalez covered, Sergeant. Let me see. There's an memo pad. It's like a number was written on the top sheet, then thrown off.
Yes, we can see the indentation on the next sheet.
I think I can make it out. It looks like... Let's see. EQ. Equator. I can't make out the numbers.
What are they, Gonzalez? They're doing swell, Copper.
All right, Gonzalez, we'll show you something. First, we'll take this piece of pencil lead and blow the graphite dust over the indentations like this.
Make anything of it?
Equator 5-3. I can't quite make out the rest.
Who's had that number, Gonzalez? I should tell you my girlfriends. If you're taking me to headquarters, take me to headquarters.
Looks like 2, 1, 3.
I'll try it, Captain, see what we get. No answer. Well, let's go to headquarters.
You seem pretty anxious, Gonzalez. We're waiting right here.
Huh?
Whoever the third man is, he'll probably get in touch with you, and without knowing it, he's also going to get in touch with us.
Well, you guys got me on a gunshot. What do you want to wait around here for?
Shut up, Gonzalez. Sergeant, get that phone number to headquarters and have the men check its location.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll notify the telephone company and have them put an extension phone in this room right away.
Oh, I get it, sir.
Yes. We're going to wait here and listen in on whoever phones our friend. So sit down, Gonzalez. Make yourself comfortable. We're here for the duration. Sit down.
How about some midnight coffee, Captain? Should I phone down to the hotel clerk?
Yeah, and look, Copper, make it a hamburger, too, will you? I'm hungry.
Stay sitting in that chair, Gonzalez.
Have the men checked that phone number, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. It's a bar room. They're keeping it under watch.
We'll wait in this hotel room all week if necessary till Gonzalez gets the call.
And remember, Gonzalez, we'll be listening on the extension phone. Say just what you're told and not another word.
Well, the store gets one. What can I...
Okay. Set a gun on Gonzalez.
You bet.
Now, Gonzalez, lift that receiver the same time I lift this extension phone.
Hello?
Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Where's Capper?
Tell him he's up here.
Go on.
He's up here.
I told him to wait at his rooming house, didn't I? Put him on the phone.
Tell him you can't. He's drunk.
Go on if you know what's good for you.
He can't. He's, all ginned up.
What? I'm down in the lobby. I'll be right up.
Quick, Sergeant. Handcuff Gonzalez and shove him in that closet.
No, you don't.
You got it?
There we are. Now in your door.
Hey, let me out of here. It's a corporate fraud.
Tear him off with that noise. You better drag him out of there quickly and tag him. There's a front door, Sergeant. Come on. Sergeant.
Bullets went right by my head.
There he goes, down the corridor.
Come on! He's making for the elevators, Captain.
Watch it, he's going to shoot again.
He got away into that elevator.
Get to a phone. Call downstairs, have the lobby covered.
Captain, the elevator indicator's going up.
All right, we'll see where it stops, then rush to that floor.
Stopping at 10.
Okay, come on, up the stairs, quick.
Oh, Edward, did you hear that noise? Sounded like shots.
Probably a truck backfiring, honey.
Oh. Are you almost ready to leave?
As soon as I comb my hair.
I'm going to phone the hotel manager downstairs. I'm certain that wasn't a shot. Oh.
Don't move.
Who are you?
Shut up.
I'm already getting...
What is it? Don't talk.
Eddie has a gun. Do as he says.
That's smart, sister. I've already killed 2 guys in my life, and I'll kill you if I have to.
What do you want?
The cops have got me sewed up in this hotel. You're going to hide me until the coast is clear.
Do as he says, Ed. I'm frightened.
You, sister, come here.
What for?
You're just about my size. Maybe I can squeeze into your clothes and get out of here.
Take your hands off my wife.
Take back till I'll pump a bullet into you.
Oh, no, you don't.
You killed my husband.
Get out of my way before I give you the same. Stupid game.
All right, now, madam, please, try and pull yourself together. Tell us what happened.
My husband, he killed him.
Well, we've got the hotel surrounded. The killer can't get away. That's probably for me. Yeah?
This is Sergeant Hurley, Captain. He's been spotted on the mezzanine. We're cutting it off now.
Good. How about the elevators?
All cut off, Captain. All staircases are covered, and all guests have been notified not to unlock their doors.
All right, Sergeant. Bring an elevator up to this floor. I'll meet you at the elevator shaft.
Yes, sir. Be right up.
Has he been sighted since you spoke to me, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Well, he must still be on the mezzanine. Now, take me down there.
We got all exits covered, sir. He can't get out.
He's already killed 1 person in the hotel. He may kill others. Come on. We'll go over every foot of this floor ourselves.
Captain, down there. Someone coming out that doorway.
It's him. See the gun?
He ran back inside.
Come on. Careful, now. Maybe right around this corner.
If he is, he's running into a dead end. According to the floor plan, this leads to the main ballroom.
There he goes, through that door at the far end.
That's the ballroom. All exits are covered.
Careful. We make a good target, and we can't see him.
Hey, back around, shoot!
My arm. He winked me.
I'm going in after
Careful, Captain. He's gun crazy.
There's only one way to treat a mad dog. Come on out while you're still alive.
Stay back! All your men off!
You haven't got a chance.
Stay back, I tell you! I'll get you like I get the rest of them. Stay back!
You're finished. If you kill me, there'll be others. They'll keep coming till they get you. Come on out.
You ain't taking me.
You'll be running out of bullets soon. It's your last chance to give up.
No! You ain't taking me! No!
Sloan, you all right?
I'm all right, Sergeant. This fellow isn't going to give us any more trouble.
Nothing. Look who he is.
Abe Beetler, the killer.
The guy we've been after for the killing of that bookie.
Yeah. No one will ever know how many men Beetler really killed. Funny that his last victim should be himself.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. The ambushing of Abe Beetler in a crowded New York City hotel, after he had already killed an innocent man living there, was one of the most tense and dangerous situations that I know of.
Well, thanks to the fearless work of those police officers, Inspector Stilson, Beetler's only escape proved to be one that removed him forever as a menace to society. Thank you, Inspector Stilson, for telling these facts. And now, Gangbusters listeners, we're going to bring you urgent nationwide clues on persons who are being sought this very minute by police and federal authorities throughout the country.
These nationwide clues that have played a vital part in bringing almost 300 criminals to justice so far are broadcast every week by Gangbusters, brought to you by Sloan's Liniment. For half a century, Sloan's Liniment has been helping millions of Americans handle surprise attacks of muscular distress. Here's how. You just pat Sloan's on. Almost immediately, it goes to work like a heat treatment, swiftly, comfortingly. Yes, you'll actually feel that welcome, penetrating warmth and its promise of quick and blessed relief. So don't let muscular distress get you down. Don't stand one single moment of needless suffering. Be prepared with a bottle of Sloan's Liniment on your medicine shelf at home and an extra bottle handy at your job. Remember, when muscular distress attacks and you need help in a hurry, get Sloan's Liniment. And now, Gangbusters Clues.
Gangbusters listeners, our first clue tonight concerns a dangerous subject, Fred Williams Poole, against whom a complaint was filed before United States Commissioner, Columbia, South Carolina, charging Poole with fleeing across state lines to avoid prosecution for murder. Note this man's official description very carefully.
Fred Williams Poole, many aliases, 56, 5 feet 7 or 1/2 inches, 145 pounds, brown hair, graying, blue eyes, upper and lower front teeth missing, walks with head down, has long criminal record, and is reported to have in possession 2 machine guns and .45 caliber automatic pistol. Watch for Fred Williams Poole.
Here is an urgent wire just received from Warden Alfred Dowd, Indiana State Prison. It concerns convict Ralph L. Williams, who escaped from Honor Prison Farm while serving a 10-year sentence for robbery. This is Williams' description.
Ralph L. Williams, 26, 5 feet 10 inches, 150 pounds, dark brown hair, blue eyes, scar left side forehead, letters L-O-V-E tattooed on 4 fingers, numbers 1935 and word O'Donnell on upper forearm. This man reported to have escaped Honor Prison Farm, Indiana State Prison. Be on lookout for Ralph L. Williams.
These are the clues on persons wanted tonight, June 9th, 1944, right this moment. If you have any information on these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. And now the highlight facts on next week's case. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Gangbusters friends, next week we have one of the most dramatic case histories ever presented. The crimes of the woman gang leader. It's a case of many unexpected surprises and developments. I invite you to listen.
To next week's Gangbusters Factual Case Histories. Gangbusters Factual Case Histories is a Phillips H. Lord production for the makers of Sloan's Liniment. Remember, when you want help in a hurry, get Sloan's Liniment.
pronounce N-O-N-S-P-I?
Non-spy? I pronounce it safe from offending.
Oh,
Because it acts instantly, dries quickly, and keeps you back fresh from 1 to 3 days.
good. How do medical authorities pronounce N-O-N-S-P-I?
Non-spy? They pronounce it safe from skin irritation.
Oh,
Because so many medical authorities have found it to be non-injurious to the most delicate skin tissues when used according to directions.
wonderful. How do laboratories pronounce N-O-N-S-P-I?
Non-spy? They pronounce it safe from clothes damage.
Oh,
Yes, the Better Fabrics Testing Bureau reports that their analysis shows no damage can be done to clothing by non-spy if user follows directions.
perfect.
It's the new liquid deodorant. Comes in 35 and 60-cent sizes at all drug and department stores. Now may I ask how you pronounce N-O-N-S-P-I?
Well, after hearing how everyone else pronounces non-spy, I pronounce it best.
This is the Blue Network.
Dedicated to the strength of the nation. Proudly we hail. Yes, Proudly We Hail, starring Vivian Blaine in A Manhattan Fable, a United States Army and United States Air Force presentation. Now here's our producer, the well-known Hollywood showman, P.P. McGregor.
Thank you, and greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to your Theater of Stars, where your own favorites from the world's cinema capital join us for your entertainment. Our star is beautiful and talented Vivian Blaine, and the title of our play, A Manhattan Fable. This is a behind-the-scenes story of a young married couple who win the jackpot prize on a radio giveaway show. A story of what happens after the prize is won. I know, too, you'll enjoy Vivian in songs with special lyrics written for her. And now, we're about ready for Act One of A Manhattan Fable. Here for a moment is Wendell Niles with an important message for you.
The men of the United States Army and the United States Air Force have a job to do, for themselves and for you. That job is preserving the peace. There will be great satisfaction for them and for you when it can be said that they have done that job. When the time-honored words, mission accomplished, can be spoken at last. Under all circumstances, we must give them the support they deserve. Here again at the microphone, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act One of our delightful musical, A Manhattan Fable, starring Vivian Blaine as Beverly with Ben Gage as Johnny. This is a fable of old Manhattan. Once upon a time, in this faraway land, there lived a prince and princess. Their palace, such as it was high in a deep forest of brownstone tenements. And each evening the prince would come home on his snow-white coach to his lady-love, the princess. And sometimes he was quite tired.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
Hello, Beth.
Oh, you're early.
Yeah.
Did you drive your milk truck home?
Yeah, I was too exhausted to fight the subway.
Well, be sure to tell Officer Kelly that you'll be parking there all night.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
What's the matter, honey?
Oh, I don't know. I'm slightly weary tonight.
Oh, now, Johnny.
That's a lot of things, I suppose. Ran clear out of homogenized today. Had to go way back to the plant.
You poor dear.
Yeah, but that's not all. This for us is so confusing.
Like running out of homogenized?
Well, yeah, that and then the rush and the hurry and the compression of things. And when the day is over, you pry yourself into a subway, if you're lucky. Then you come home to this.
Well, after all, Johnny, I do try to keep our home clean for you.
Oh, no, not that, Beth. But our home is so insignificant, so small. Why, a self-respecting pay telephone would sneer at this flat of ours.
You are tired.
Yeah, look what we see out there. What a gorgeous view. Officer Kelly's Long John.
It's Monday, dear.
You don't have to tell me.
Oh, look, Johnny.
Yes, dear.
Now listen to me a minute, will you?
Okay.
I've been thinking. I've been giving things an awful lot of thought lately. And you know what?
What?
We ought to take off somewhere. Get lost. get away from it all for a while.
Hey, that sounds good.
Oh, it's what we both need, Johnny. A change of scene. Quiet. The space you want.
And no more homogenized.
Sure. Oh, Johnny. Johnny, we've just got to do it.
Okay. Hey, let's take a boat to Bermuda, huh?
It's a wonderful idea. Let's take a plane to St. Paul.
Okay, and let's take a kayak to Quincy or Nyack.
Let's get away from it all. Let's take a trip in a trailer.
No need to come back at all.
Let's take a powder to Boston for chowder.
Let's get away from it all.
We'll travel on from town to town. We'll visit every state.
And I'll repeat, I love you, sweet, in all the 48.
Oh, I love that, ma'am. Let's go again to Niagara.
Yeah, but this time to look at the falls.
Let's leave our hut here, get out of this rough here.
Let's get away from it all. Oh, gee, it would be great, wouldn't it?
Oh, wouldn't it, though?
Oh, but then vacations pass by so quickly. 2 weeks and they're gone. And then, too, vacations cost loot, you know that.
You're very right, Johnny, but I've felt very lucky lately. For some reason...
Hey, the telephone.
Just a minute, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Johnny Brown of New York City?
Yes, it is.
Taxes the arpeggio.
Oh, Johnny, it's our radio program. Taxes the arpeggio.
What?
This is Tom. Did you happen to listen to our broadcast last July 9th? You're a fortunate lady if you did, and if you have a memory...
Oh, yes, I heard that program. I remember it very well.
Good. Now, what was the name of the obscure French opera we played last July 9th?
What did he ask you, Beth? What did he ask you?
Let's see now.
We gave you 4 complete measures, a very big clue.
Oh, yes, wait a minute. Yes, I remember. Was it Letty Long's opera, Filet du Soul?
Hey, Beth, did you get it
And for recognizing Langlo's opera, Filet du Soul, you madam have won a fish market on Fulton Street.
A fish market?
I beg your pardon. I made a slight mistake. That's the consolation prize. You madam have just won a cattle ranch in Wyoming.
Thank you very much. Oh, Johnny, it's just what we've needed. A cattle ranch in Wyoming.
We're gonna have a home in the hills, Hey, honey, how you coming?
Fine, thank you. Just about. Oh, gee, isn't it swell, Johnny? They're going to fly us out there.
Yeah, and our ranch is in Rattlesnake Gulch County.
Oh, romantic, isn't it?
Oh.
And did you know that the announcer on Task at the Arpeggio is going along?
Yeah, I suppose the sponsor wants to get some publicity pictures.
Probably so. Oh, golly, I can't wait to see the ranch. Whatever you do, don't let me forget the saddle soap.
Okay.
Well, there she is, folks. How do you like it?
Kind of desolate.
Yes.
Oh, but what privacy you have here. Nearest thing living and breathing is a beaver dam 90 miles away. Come on, I'll show you the place.
Okay.
Well, here's your house. Floors, steel sash windows, beautiful brand new oil furnace.
That's wonderful.
Yes, indeed. Everything is first class. Let's get some pictures, boys, of the Browns in their new home.
Honey, is my hair fixed?
Thank you. Now, this way, folks. Well, there's your backyard.
Oh, big.
Yeah, it goes clear to those hills back there. And besides being beautiful, those hills contain the world's finest specimen of wild mountain lions. You like to hunt, Mrs. Brown?
Oh, what a silly question. There's nothing I'd rather do than finish the dishes and go hunt a mountain lion.
Yeah, this is the place for you. Boys, a picture of the Browns looking out over the terrain toward the hill.
That'll be a nice picture.
Thanks, boys. Now, this way, folks. Here's your barn and your corral. Everything is first class. Oh, yes. Here's your livestock. A cow.
Isn't she sweet? We'll call her Gertrude. Do you want to take a picture of us with Gertrude?
Oh, definitely not. Why? Well, a subsidiary corporation of ours processes goat's milk. We certainly would not desire to take pictures of a competitor.
Oh, I see.
Sounds like.
Yes. Here's your hired man, Jed, coming from the barn. Jed! This is Mr. and Mrs. Brown.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello, Jed.
Hello, Jed. My, what an unusual name for a hired man. Jed.
Brother farmed here about 3 years. Had an unusual name, too. Hank.
Well, Jed will help you out. I think I'll be running along. Well, all I can say is good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Couldn't help overhearing Blackmouth who just left, saying everything was first class.
Well, isn't it?
It is, if you want to overlook the fact that the roof leaks, plumbing's out of order, house needs a thorough cleaning, hay ain't put up.
Stop. Wait a minute, that's enough. I think we'd all better get to work here.
Yes. Yes, I think we should.
Well, at least after slaving all day, we can sit down for a minute here on the porch.
Oh, my, it does feel good to sit down. The house is so big. It needed cleaning so badly.
Yeah, Beth. I'd suggest a game of honeymoon bridge, but I don't think I could lift a deck of cards.
Don't give it a thought, darling. I'm afraid I haven't the strength to deal them. By the way, where's Jed?
Oh, he went into town to get some prospecting equipment. He said he'd like to do a little prospecting in his spare time.
What spare time?
But that's what I asked.
What's that, Johnny?
Oh, nothing, just a coyote.
Oh, that other sound.
Where?
Listen.
Oh, hey, there is something.
Oh, of course there is.
Hey, it's coming this way. Maybe it's a mountain lion or a grizzly bear.
Oh, do something, Johnny.
Give me my rifle. Hey, give me my 30-06.
Here it is. Oh, quick, Johnny. Quick.
Oh, it's only Gertrude.
Oh, a good thing it wasn't a grizzly bear. You missed her.
Well, I checked myself at the last moment, sensing a friend.
Oh, Johnny.
What?
I don't know, Johnny. I just don't know.
I don't know either.
We've only been here one day, and you know what?
Sure.
I'm homesick.
I am, too. Oh, give me a home where the taxis all roam, where you'll never find any blue jeans.
Where a person can hike down to old Central Park, and the subways pack you in like sardines.
Home, brother, it's great, in proximity to the tall Empire State, and the only steers there
are at Madison Square.
Yet life there is greater than great. Oh, give me a taxi at 6:45 and let me get up in my best and take me right down to hamburger heaven in Manhattan, the place I love best. Manhattan, the place I love best.
We caught briefly from our story, A Manhattan Fable, starring Vivian Blaine, to bring you an important message from our government.
The man in the front office is the pilot of United States Air Force fighter, bomber, or transport. And it's possible you can be one of those young men with wings. You see, if you are between the ages of 20 and 26 1/2, unmarried, with 2 years of college, or the ability to pass an equivalent examination, and physically fit, you have the basic qualifications that may enable you to become an aviation cadet. If you qualify, you'll receive a full year's training, and then those pilot's wings and a commission in the Air Force Reserve as a second lieutenant, plus orders to active duty at once, with beginning pay up to $336 per month. Outstanding graduates will receive regular commissions in the Air Force. Others can win regular commissions while on their tour of active duty. For full details, visit your nearest Air Force base or recruiting station at once.
The curtain rises on Act 2 of the Manhattan Fable, starring Vivian Blaine as Beverly. Well, let's go on with our fable of old Manhattan. It seems that our handsome prince and his beautiful princess do not like the kingdom which they have inherited. But being courageous and valiant, they want to make the kingdom prosper. It seems that they've even spent the last of their crown jewels to accomplish it.
Hello, honey.
Hello, dear.
Well, here's the last $5.
Our last $5.
Yep. This pitchfork and this shovel. I just bought them in town.
Well, why the shovel?
But Jed wanted it for his prospecting. And besides, if we're going to do something with this place, plant things and see them grow, we at least need a shovel.
Well, I guess so. By the way, have you talked to Jed about planting?
Oh, no. Let's go talk to him now.
All right.
Hey, Jed, what's holding us up? Why can't we get our crop in?
Why can't we get our crop in? Because we ain't got no water this way.
Oh, aren't there any streams around or lakes?
Streams, lakes. Ain't even no well. No prospector one. That's why I want to go prospecting.
Johnny.
What?
It seems to me I read somewhere about a man who could take a branch, run it over the ground, and find water.
Of course, Bev. You mean a dowser.
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yeah, and they call the whole business dowsing. You've heard of it, haven't you, Jed?
Heard of it? Son, I originated it.
You did?
Why, sure. Worked quietly to perfect it. It's all in getting the right forked twig.
It is?
Yep. Well, when I finally got the right twig, went down Chicago way. Worked one night.
Yes.
Lake Michigan.
Oh, no.
You don't say.
Yep. Then moved west. Somebody wanted saline water.
Yeah?
The Great Salt Lake.
Gee, you're really terrific.
But that's when I made my mistake.
Oh?
Yep. Went out to California, held my twig up in the air. And you know what's been happening there ever since.
Oh, no.
Well, tell Jed, if that's the case, why don't you help us out here?
Well, I don't know whether I still have my touch or not, but I'm game if you are.
Good.
Well, I'll go look up a twig with a fork in it.
Oh, gee, this is swell, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, but, sometimes I think Jed exaggerates a little bit.
I don't know what would ever make you think a thing like that.
Well, he said he only worked one night on Lake Michigan.
That's right.
Now, listen, before I go to all the trouble of putting down a well, I'm going to find out if Jed really is an expert at dowsing.
Well, how, Johnny?
Well, it's easy, Beth. I'll hide a glass of water in that juniper bush over there.
Oh, look, you'd better hurry. He started back this way.
Hey, Jed, any response from the twig?
She's as quiet as a setting hen.
Gee, and we're right by the juniper bush.
So we are.
Hey, just a minute. There.
Wait, it's moving.
It sure enough is.
She's a-pointing away. She's a-pointing away.
Hey, this is wonderful.
There's water right in this juniper bush. Right in it. Hey, who's pranking who around here?
Well, now, I just...
Who slipped a wet Mickey into this bush?
Well, Jed,
Who put this glass in here?
What?
Who's trying to sabotage this project?
I'm the guilty one, Jed.
You?
Hey, I'm sorry. I just wanted to find out if you really knew how to do this.
Well, are you satisfied now, Bub?
Honest, Jed, I'm sorry I did it.
You ought to be.
Hey, where you going, honey?
I'm going to get the ice cubes.
What ice cubes?
The ones I planted by the pine tree.
Oh, no.
Fine, how to do. Glass of water, ice cubes.
Now, please forgive us, Jed.
Well, I don't know why I should, but I will.
Well, hey, shall we continue our dowsing?
I suppose so. What a trick to pull on a fella. Like pouring glue on the hands of a concert pianist and saying, play pretty.
Oh, please forgive us now, Jed.
Oh, I'll forgive you. But whether the twig will... Just a minute.
It's splitting again.
It sure is, son. And believe me, this is a Lake Michigan split if I ever saw one.
Hey, well, where should we start digging?
Right here by the house.
Okay.
Now, you didn't plant no lemonade here, did you?
Oh, no, I promise.
She's close to the surface, too. She's a pickaxe under the surface, no more.
Really?
Here, give me that pick. I'll give her one swing. There's liquid.
Well, yeah, but it's black.
It is a little dark.
It's oil. It's oil.
Oh, now what have you done?
Why, what have we done?
You've broken the tank for the oil furnace.
Oh, well, try again.
Lake Michigan.
It had the same feel. Honest, it did.
Well, you should at least continue your search.
Folks, one thing I forgot to tell you.
What's that, Jed?
I already been dousing this place for the previous owners 70 times. Afraid there ain't so much as an eyedropper full of water in the whole ranch.
Wait a minute, Jed. Does that mean that we can't grow anything?
It sure does.
I guess it even means we can't raise cattle.
Yep. Them heifers have to have H2O like the rest of us.
Well, I've had enough.
Enough, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm going to sell this place. I want to get back to New York anyway.
Well, selling the ranch is a wonderful idea. Why didn't we think of it before?
Just a minute, son. I'm afraid you ain't going to have no luck selling this place.
No, why not, Jed?
No bank is interested, that's why. This is a white elephant.
Well, the previous owner certainly sold it.
Sure, but not like you think. He had to start that radio program, tack down the arpeggio or something to get rid of it.
Oh, Johnny.
But I still say there's a way out.
Well, if there is, let's have it, Jed.
I still maintain there's gold in them there hills if you let me go get it.
All right, Jed. Get your things together.
Go ahead, Jed.
Are you all set, Jed?
Ready to go after him.
Oh, where's your mule?
Mule? Son, your thinking's back in the dark ages.
Sure, Johnny. You go prospecting these days, and you go first class.
White sidewall tires, son.
Well, anyway, Jed, good luck.
Yes, Jed. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll be seeing you.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, do you think he will make a strike?
He'd better make a strike, or this story isn't going to have a payoff.
Gee, I can't wait until he gets back.
Howdy, folks. You miss me?
No, I should say we have,
Hey, we
Jed.
sure have, Jed. We've been waiting for you on pins and needles.
Well, Johnny, let me be the first to offer sympathy.
Sympathy?
There ain't no gold on your property.
No gold.
There ain't no silver.
No silver?
There ain't even enough iron to make the head of a 10-penny nail. But the joint is jumping with uranium ore.
Uranium ore?
You mean it?
I mean it. I took along a Geiger counter and my equipment.
Oh, that's the instrument you used to find it, isn't it?
That's it. But I'm going along, and suddenly the indicator starts flicking around like a butcher's scale with top sirloin on it. And I say to myself, this is the real McCoy.
Oh, Jed, you're wonderful.
I agree. Well, right now I'm going to go check that dowsing twig. You can't figure out how to do it.
Oh, gee, Belle.
Oh, Johnny, aren't we lucky? And we owe it all to that radio program.
Yeah, we are lucky. Hey, we can get back to New York now.
Oh, yes. I'm so lonesome to see the Kellys and all the rest.
Me, too. You know, when you think about it, there was really nothing wrong with our ranch here in Wyoming. There was nothing wrong with our flat in New York. You know what was wrong?
What?
Us.
How true, darling, how true.
It'll be nice to get home, though. To New York. That's where our friends are. That's where we belong.
We'll have a second honeymoon in our little telephone booth next door to the Kellys.
That's a promise.
Oh, Johnny, won't it be wonderful?
Oh, it sure will. Carry me back to old Manhattan.
Back to that city where they give so many keys.
Back where the cops warble sweet in the springtime.
Back where Mr. Kelly's underwear flaps in the breeze.
That's what we long for.
We're singing this song for
just one more visit. Once more to see Glasgow. Carry me back to old Manhattan.
That is the only place, the place I long to be.
That is the favorite geography for me.
Curtain falls on the final act of a Manhattan Fable. Our star, Vivian Blaine, will return for a curtain call after this timely message from Wendell Niles.
Attention all officers of the Organized Reserve, National Guard, and all former officers of World War II. The growing peacetime United States Army needs you. You former Army officers of World War II can apply at once for a reserve commission and 3 years of active duty. Your rank will be the rank you held immediately prior to processing for separation. As for age limits, 47 is the limit for field-grade officers. A tour of active duty will increase your retirement pay benefits. There are today many chances, if you're qualified for competitive tours, leading to regular commissions. Act at once while vacancies in the combat arms and the services still exist. Application blanks can be had at any United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station or from any Army Reserve or National Guard unit and structure. Here again is our star, Vivian Blaine, and our producer.
Vivian, I'm glad to hear from your husband manager, Manny Franks, that we're going to have you with us here in Hollywood, at least long enough to produce the story you discovered on your European tour, Carnival Girl.
Manny is right, C.P. I don't think I'll be touring again for quite a while, though everyone was very wonderful to us. You know, I lived out of a suitcase for almost a year and a half, and I got pretty tired of it.
That's long enough, even with all the success you had here and abroad. But tell us about Carnival Girl.
Well, Carnival Girl was written here. I mean in this country. But I saw the stage script while I was in London. I thought it was a grand play, so I decided right then and there to produce it myself for pictures.
But you'll be in it too, won't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I am the Lady Barker.
Well, that's a new twist and a good one. We're looking for Carnival Girl.
Well, thank you, C.P. And now, if I may, I'd like to pass along a compliment to Ben Gage for his very fine assistance.
Ben, come join us.
Well, thanks, C.P.
That was a swell performance, Ben. And, by the way, since C.P. mentioned my husband, I think I can also say here that you are the talented husband of Esther Williams, as if everyone doesn't know it.
I swim too, Vivian, but not as well as Esther, in case she's listening.
She's prettier than you, Ben, in case she is listening.
Well, C.P., how about getting Manny up here to the mic, huh?
Manny, come rally around.
This isn't quite in my line, C.P.
He's allergic to microphones. Changes his pace, you know.
Yeah, I know. But how well I know what a mic does to you. But as a Hollywood manager, Manny's one of the best in the business. You know, sometimes I wish I were a talent manager, too.
I know, so you could keep the 10% in the family.
Now, that makes good sense to me.
That's what I think.
Well, at least we're all in agreement. Now, if we could just be in agreement a little on our opus here next week.
Yes, C.P. Tell us what's scheduled next.
Next week, Vivian and company, ladies and gentlemen, Barbara Britton steps into our starring role in a play titled Barbara of Middlesborough. This is a comedy romance of a college valedictorian who turns cover girl and finds her way into the glamorous profession of modeling through the simple process of discouraging a wolf.
We'll be listening, and thanks a million for everything. Goodbye, C.P.
So long, C.P.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Vivian, Ben, and Nan. Be sure to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you Barbara Britton in Barbara of Middlesborough. Until then, this is C.P. McGregor saying thanks for listening and cheerio from Hollywood.
Vivian Blaine appeared through the courtesy of the Hollywood Coordinating Committee, which arranges for the appearance of all stars on this program. Script was by Rich Hall, with music under the direction of Eddie Scrivanik. This program is transcribed in Hollywood for release at this time. Wendell Niles speaking.
1891, if I remember correctly. 91, 92. Maybe it was those 3 hours, I'm not certain. Anyway, I do know that we had King, Phil, and Harry that morning. There's something about Phil and Harry that you don't forget. Delicious at the time of eating, but they aroma does linger. At any rate, it was a beautiful, sunshiny morning. The breakfast table had just been removed, and Holmes was opening all the windows, rather violent.
In the fresh air. Tension here's overpowering. Not all the street village in the fish market.
Holmes, you don't have to be so violent.
My dear Watson, just because your olfactory nerves are notoriously atrophied.
Atrophied may I smelt that skunk at the zoo last Sunday morning, didn't I?
Yes, if you hadn't, I just thought it time to call in the local undertaker.
Well, now that you've succeeded in creating such a gale in the zoo, I can't possibly read the morning paper. I hope you're satisfied.
This gentle little spring weather? Surely you don't object to that?
Spring weather? I strongly suspect that somebody next door is cooking cabbage.
You're right, Watson. Absolutely right.
Don't tell me that you're going to deprive us of that delicious smell.
Right again, Watson. Better the elusive essence of our own familiar Phil and Harry than the bold foreign odor of our neighbor's cabbage. Oh, by the way, speaking of the morning paper, I wish you'd just glance through the articles on the front page and see which of England's famous masterpieces has been stolen during the night.
Holmes, you're rolling.
Not all, my dear fellow. Our friend Moriarty has developed a new field of activity, relieving certain well-known English families of their inherited old masters.
What do you mean?
Paintings, my dear Watson, paintings. Taking the cut from their frames, rolled up and secreted in a very small space. Yes? Moriarty, a rubber henchman, has been specializing in this field for almost a month, and today has acquired 11 famous paintings. The insurance companies are frantic. But, what does this morning's paper have to offer?
Give me time. I'll just hold in time. Let's have a look. Runaway horse in Piccadilly. Swinging Open Bazaar. Engagement of Lady Dolores Drumfield, Prince Leonard de Ranfolo announced. The English daring burglary.
What?
Drumfield Leonardo da Vinci stolen from library while guests take Mary in his ballroom.
The Drumfield da Vinci dance. Why, that's the greatest masterpiece in England. Of course not. It was never publicly displayed. I doubt if they've even allowed it to be photographed.
Why all the secrecy?
Well, it is a curious story, Watson. It's supposed to be the portrait of the first Earl of Drumfield's Italian wife and came with her from Italy at the time of the marriage. 4 years later, she ran away with a handsome son of Romany and joined a band of wandering gypsies. The Earl was rather annoyed, as you may well imagine, but he refrained from destroying her portrait because, even at that time, it was considered valuable. Several visitors to Drumfield Castle have managed to see the picture, but no one has ever dared to bring up the subject of Mona Banna, as the picture's called.
Romantic.
Yes, quite. So, she finally disappeared in the night, like the famous lady she portrayed.
Look here, Holmes. These stolen paintings. They're all well known. There's no market for that sort of thing. Too bad. I think Professor Moriarty disposed of them in his profit.
My dear Watson, that is not as difficult as you might imagine. There are several unscrupulous millionaires who give their eye teeth to have one of the great masterpieces in their possession. Yes, they're very lucrative. However, I fancy our friend Moriarty is overstepping himself a bit this time. In fact, he's already made one misstep. Just one little misstep. Nothing for which I could nail him into a court of law. But it was more than he could well afford. It led me to his place of residence.
You mean that you actually seen him?
Not face-to-face, Watson, but I had a glimpse of him as he got into his carriage the day before yesterday. I strongly suspect he saw me, too.
What does he look like?
He's extremely tall and thin. His forehead domes out with a white curve, and his eyes are sunken deeply in his head. No hair on his face, no hair whatever. Neither beard nor eyebrows. And I suspect his head is bald, too, for he wears a wig. His shoulders are rounded from much study, and his face protrudes forward, and his forehead slowly oscillates from side to side in a curious reptilian fashion. He has no eyelids in the ordinary sense, but now and then his eyeballs have obscured by those of the technique. How did you get in?
Man, I've been in possession of the key to your front door for some months now. I may add it's not the first time you've been in this room.
Why, you sneaking, sniveling...
Watson, for heaven's sake, stand back. Don't give us minutes.
You know, Holmes, it's a dangerous habit between your loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
Very well. I shall bring it out into the open where you can see it.
Mr. Holmes, you have left plenty of information expected. What a pity.
Now, Professor Moriarty, I can spare you 2 minutes. If you have anything to say.
All that I have to say has already crossed your mind.
Then my answer has probably crossed yours.
You stand fast.
Absolutely.
Now let me say Yes, you first crossed my path on the 4th of January, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, there was a Hindu in the basket.
On the 23rd, you incommoded me. By the middle of February, I was seriously inconvenienced by you. By the end of March, I may say I was even hampered.
Yes. The waxworks affair.
Exactly. And now, in the middle of May, I find you actually trailing me out. Why, it almost amounts to persecution.
Yes. I hope you've noticed that.
A few moments at this rate, and I might even be in danger of losing my liberty. The situation is, of course, becoming quite impossible.
Indeed. Have you any suggestion to make?
You must drop it, Mr. Holmes. Dear me, really must, you know.
Oh, come now, Professor Moriarty.
My dear Mr. Holmes, I'm quite sure that a man of your intelligence will see there can be but one outcome to this affair. You must withdraw. I urge you to withdraw.
Very considerate of you, I'm sure.
You stand not only in my way, but in the way of my entire organization, my full extent of this view with your cleverness have been able to realize. You must get the sign, Mr. Holmes, or be trodden underfoot.
I'm afraid that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting my other business. 2 minutes was up 30 seconds ago.
Don't be hasty, Mr. Holmes. I'll give you until tomorrow, I think it is.
Very good of you. But I'm quite prepared to give you my answer now. Oh, what thing cigar that is, will you?
No, John.
Good?
Oh, thank you very much. It's a telegram view, Holmes.
No? See what it's about.
You what? By George. Right.
What's it say?
I can't you wait till I get my speech from.
There we are.
Gangbusters to Vinci insured with us for £10,000. We are relying on you to find it. Lloyd.
You are not going to take the case, Mr. Holmes.
And why not?
Because it isn't plain.
Watson, take a message to Lloyd.
Yes, sir.
Delighted to accept the commission. We'll go down to Drunkfield Castle this afternoon. Signed Sherlock Holmes. There. I think that will serve to answer both you, Professor Moriarty, and Lloyd.
It does that indeed. But I promise you you'll never succeed, Mr. Holmes. I say your days are numbered. Still, if by some freak of destiny you should be responsible for my destruction, rest assured that I shall do as much to you.
You pay me several compliments, Professor Moriarty. Let me pay you one in return. I will say that if I were assured of your destruction, I would gladly, in the interests of public safety, face my own.
I can promise you the one, Mr. Holmes. But not the other. Good day. It's a love match. It's ever what one. You always come on a morning edge and refuse to hide. It's got to be in the corner. Don't mind coffee, too. It's got to be an attitude. And I crossed the much help. Eddie was scared that I was coming down the creek. Yes,
you were saying that Lady Dolly had something to do with this room being closed up after the robbery.
That's it, sir. Says that that's what they did in mystery stories to preserve the truth.
Quite right.
Very Hopkins, how did you happen to come into this room and discover the picture was missing? I thought it was never open during festivities.
Well, Mr. Holmes was all the entertainment goes on down on the wing opposite. That's where the ball is.
Yes,
it was like this. After we coming down this here hall, with a tray full of cakes in the air, the maids went, the braces broke loose.
Very embarrassing.
Yes, sir. So I pops in here to fix it. The first thing I see is that empty spot on that there wall where she used to hang. Mona's on it, I mean, sir. Well, it don't look right to me. So I ran quick to the window, and there I see that ladder propped up against the windowsill like it is now. And the gig driving away like the devil itself was after it over that long hill.
Yes, we don't
So then I let out a yell and wake up the dead.
Yes.
And they all come running in here.
Yes, and covered everything with fingerprints. So this criminal didn't leave any. They're no good to any of us.
Didn't anyone try to overtake the man on the gate?
Oh, that they did. But the minute you come to the forest, there's so many cars. I'm getting lost somehow. And I don't stick to the main road, you see, sir. Well, they found the frame, lying at the bottom of the mill pond. Goodness, all gold and big as a table. But the picture wasn't in it.
Cut out there?
Yes, sir. At least that's what they tell me. Now, of course,
was this window shut or open when you came into the room?
Why, it was shut, sir. They always shut it in the evening. Master's orders. He's very strict.
I don't know if the burglar knew about that. Or if he was just naturally
Looking at that's Charlie. It's possible that you can make the window without put on, sir.
Hopkins, Did anyone go out and look at the ladder from the outside?
Oh, no, sir. You see, it was raining like a flood. Only the young gentleman that went off to the gig.
Yes.
What, sir? They didn't find that.
Then that line of footprints down there in the drying mud must have been made by the criminal himself.
I don't see any footprints, sir.
There's rather shaky indentations to the right, Watson. I guess the rain has pretty thoroughly destroyed them. That's pity. Yes, and all we can see is that there are two lines of footprints. One coming and one going away. The second are much deeper. The frame has been very heavy. Now, Hopkins, will you tell Lord Brumfield that I'd like to speak to him here in this room if it's convenient?
Oh, very good, sir. That's very much if you'll come.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, he was anxious as how this unfortunate occurrence shouldn't make any difference about Lady Dolly.
Yes, I know that. I understand about Lady Dolly.
Yes, of course. Well, he says the police can come and investigate all they ever mind. That's what he said, yes. And even the rest of them, they're just going to pretend it never happened, and they don't want to hear any more about it.
Well, suppose you tell him, because if he doesn't come, I shall have to advise Lloyd against taking this insurance.
Yes, sir. Yes, by the way, I must tell you about that.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
Yes, Lord Brumfield. I'm acting on behalf of Lloyd's, the insurance company.
Hopkins tells me you have some questions to ask me.
I have, if you'll be good enough to come in and shut the door. Yes, I'm sure that it will be advisable, yes.
Well, if you say so.
Now then, Lord Brumfield, is there anything missing from this room besides the Mona Donna? As I think she was called? Certainly not. You seem very positive, Lord Brumfield. This room is filled with knickknacks. This jade snuff box, that ivory statue, the set of crystal scent bottles, any one of which could have easily been slipped into the pocket of a thief and converted to quite a tidy little sum, and yet you say nothing was missing.
Oh, no, well, I hadn't looked very carefully.
A jade snuff box, for instance. You'll be ready to swear that it's the one that always stands on your desk?
Yes, of course, but...
Examine it closely. Jade is easily imitated, you know. You are convinced that it's not a copy of the original?
No. Jade is a hobby of mine. I can tell you by the way it feels. The surface, you know.
I see. Thank you. I'll put it back.
Mr. Holmes, surely you can take those down to the words. What do you with Jade when you do? Why are you examining it with a magnifying glass? Isn't it right? Besides alarms or conveniences of that sort, because they considered it about good.
And now it's gone. All you're able to realize is £10,000. Couldn't you didn't sell it before this happened? Surely you could sustain it, but there's time for the month for it.
Well, you're wrong.
Indeed?
Yes, you see, that portrait was in chaos. The part of his face, like the house, the London grass. Each heir to the Brumfield title has use of them while he lives, but Eddie Durkin must be turned intact to the next in line. This is because I understand for living off one's income, not even touch the capital.
But in this case, there was very little income. I like Lord Brumfield. That's why you did it.
That is unfair. I understand.
Yes, I think you do. The Vinci was stolen from this house with the help of someone on the inside. And that person was you.
Mr. Holmes, I
Affirmatively. Remember that I'm not a member of the official police force. If I were, I'd be obliged to charge you here and now and be removed to jail.
Well, it is unspeakable. I should have
As it is, my only interest is that Lloyd shall not be obliged to pay the insurance money. I'm in no way concerned if a country gentleman wishes to rob himself. That is, as long as it's not at the expense of my client.
No, I didn't do it. It's the fact, this is. Oh, it's terrible. I must have the insurance money. You can't prove anything.
That's where you're wrong again. If you'll come here a moment, I think I can prove it to you. Now then, get out of that window. The ladder by which the staging was removed is still here, as are also the footprints of your accomplice coming and going through the mud. You will notice that the rungs of the ladder are caked with mud when he takes his boots. The mud stops on the third rung from the top. And there's none in the room. Therefore, Moriarty's man did not enter the house.
Indeed, that. Oh, why suspect me? One of the servants, or the girl. The house was full of people last night.
But only one man left the print of his thumb high up on the wall as he stood on the library ladder to remove the painting, and that thumbprint corresponds exactly to the one that you've just made on this little jade box.
Good.
He put the painting down to his hook, and it was the man who was waiting at the top of the ladder, and from force of habit, closed the window after him. That was the most scanning through the lock. That closed window. Can you imagine a thief weighed down with a very heavy painting, 6 by 4 in size, and keeping back and forth on the top of a rickety ladder? Can you imagine the gentleman lightly holding this treasure in one hand, while with the other he considerately closed a heavy window, which more of a is an habit of sitting?
All right. So what should I do? He's proud, he's handed and sits on the marriage bed. It's my only child, Mr. Holmes. Day after day I've kept taking this big ballot to the castle and what shall do? Payment. I will take matters into my own hands. I don't regret it. I'll do it again tomorrow. My only child is that I was found out.
I sympathize with you, Lord Brumfield. I've admit it. Now and then I have regretted my remarkable powers of observation. By the way, can you give me a description of the man who carried out the painting? I don't suppose you know his name.
No, I'm afraid I don't. Tall. Small, bullet-shaped head. Jaw and perfect hands.
Scar leading to his left ear?
Why, yes.
I thought so. Cannonball Charlie. Hello, Dunfield. I think you should be able to at least recover your Monavana voice.
I don't want to. I never want to see that face again. I couldn't bear to see Monavana looking down on my daughter. Broken your man.
Broken your man? I see no need for that, Lord Dunfield.
No, just explain this.
Yes, I understand. But I may be able to arrange even that. You see, after all, I'm not a member of the official police.
Vinci here, Mr. Vinci. Sherlock Holmes and Cannonball Charlie and his participants. We arranged to have a painting sold sub rosa to an American connoisseur millionaire. A painting sold sub rosa to an American connoisseur millionaire. And Miss Dollar received a dowry worth many times £10,000.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. In exactly 30 seconds, the doctor will give you the highlights of next week's adventure. In the meantime, here are a few highlights for today.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. You know, there are a lot of people in a big city like this, good ones and bad ones. They walk down Broadway and rub elbows and you can't tell them apart. Why can't you? Because a lot of them were poured out of the same mold. Brought up in the middle of garbage cans and gang wars. Weaned on the smell of slums and conditioned to the taste of dirt and a kick in the ribs. By the time they get old enough to raise their fist, they're given two choices. Two ways to beat the gang wars and garbage cans. One guy picks himself up, shakes off the filth, and jumps over on the right side of the fence. The other guy picks himself up, too. But when he does, he raises that fist and shakes it at the whole world because he wants things the easy way. He continues to shake his fist until someone shoves a gun in it. Then he's a swaggering giant. Sometimes he climbs over with his little bag of rot and hides in the lap of society. But take away the gun, and he ends up right back in the middle of the garbage cans with his face in the dirt. What about the guy on the right side of the fence? Well, you rarely ever hear of him, unless he becomes president or gets mixed up with the guy on the wrong side of the fence. Like the case I bumped into a couple of days ago. It all started in Central Park.
What happened? Some crook run over that young guy over there, ran over with his car.
I came up right after it happened. He was leaning over her and crying. A little late for crying, I'd say.
Says he didn't kill her. Says someone pushed her in front of his car. Ain't that a good one?
All right, everybody back. Here comes the ambulance. Come on, you.
But I tell you, I didn't kill her. I was in love with her.
That's the last thing you should have said.
But I swear I didn't do it. I was going to meet her about a half a block up the street, and someone pushed her out in front of my car. I couldn't stop in time.
Look, I just got to write the report and take you down to the station. You can tell it to the inspector. Now look out. Here's the ambulance.
Hello, Crockett.
You're too late. The body's ready for the morgue.
Ah, Central Park's turning into a graveyard. I'm going to start taking my girl someplace else.
What do you mean? Somebody else got run over in the park?
Somebody got shot full of holes. Call came in just for this one. That gangster Chino Scabo.
Scabo got knocked off.
He was due, wasn't he?
Please, officer, can't I get to a phone?
Shut up. One of the biggest gangsters in town gets rubbed out, and I got to show up at the station with you. You know, Sonny, I'm not pleased with you at all.
Diamond Detective Agency, corpses designed with you in mind. Oh, hello, Helen, baby.
Where do you get all those awful slogans?
Ghost Rider. Ho. Get it?
Rick.
Wasn't a riot?
No, Rick. Was a bomb.
Oh. Okay, maybe this will get a yuck. Oh, here's a beaut. Are you lonely? Join the Lonely Souls Club and find your perfect soulmate. All ages. Guarantee satisfaction and money refunded. I wonder if Mighty Joe Young knows about this.
Rick, what are you talking about?
I'm reading your personals. Hey, get a load of this one. Will give ride to coast, must be young companion, pretty, easy on the eyes. Think I ought to apply, baby?
You're ridiculous.
Oh, here's an odd one. Anyone witnessing unusual accident at the 72nd Street Transverse, 11 p.m. Wednesday night, when young girl was killed, called Skylar 6036. Urgent.
That's in Central Park.
Yeah, somebody's got troubles.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it a minute, baby. Yeah, I'm Diamond. What can I do for you?
I want to hire you.
Helen.
Yes, I know.
$100 a day in expenses, sir.
That's your fee?
Yep. I like to give it to the prospective client first. If he turns green and faints, we both save a lot of time and talk. How do you feel?
About the fee? Fine.
Well, what else is bothering you?
My son is being held on a manslaughter charge.
Well, if you kill somebody, that's a job for the police.
But he didn't do it intentionally. The girl was shoved in front of his car.
That's his story.
Yes, it is. And I believe him.
Who was the girl, and why do you think anyone would want to kill her?
Her name was Jean Cooper. My son was in love with her. Why anyone would want to kill her, I really can't say.
Uh-huh. Your name and your son's name, where he's being held.
My name is Cook, Earl Cook. My son's name is Tom. He's at the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Oh, wouldn't you know it?
I beg your pardon?
Forget it. What's your business, Mr. Cook?
Politics.
Where can I reach you?
I live at 261 Riverside Drive. My phone is Skylar 6036.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I don't know. That phone number's familiar. Where did your son run over this girl, Mr. Cook?
The 72nd Street Transverse.
11 o'clock Wednesday night?
Well, yes. How did you know?
I read the papers. Is this your ad in the personal column?
Yes, it is. You see, the police claim there were no witnesses, but I had hopes that there might have been someone who had seen the accident.
Well, if anyone called you, let me know. Now, I'll take $100, Mr. Cook. That's a retainer in case I run into trouble and have to get buried in a hurry. I hate to strain my relatives. He wrote me out a check, and I closed the office and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. An automobile death isn't exactly up my alley, but if someone had pushed the girl out in front of the car, then it was murder. And that was a territory I knew my way around in. Well, good morning, Sergeant Otis.
Where did you come from, Shamus?
Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Huh?
That's what little boys are made of.
You're crazy. That's what little girls are made of.
Why, Sergeant, you peeked.
You want to see the lieutenant?
I think that would be lovely.
Go on.
Otis. I just had a horrible thought.
Yeah?
Wouldn't it be awful if there was a whole room full of you? Hello, Walt.
Diamond, you get out of here. Every time you wander into this office, I grow another ulcer.
Why, Walt, I'm surprised at you.
Well, you wouldn't be if you had to listen to Otis bellyaching all over the precinct 12 hours a day. Why don't you leave that poor guy alone?
Don't listen to him.
Don't listen to him? How can I help it? He screams so loud only dogs can get with it.
Have you got a boy booked here on the manslaughter charge, Tom Cook?
Yes, we have. I knew darn good and well you'd be springing something before you'd sit down and act like a normal human being. What do you want Cook for? He ran over a dame last night, and that's that. Maybe you want to give him a driving lesson?
You're turning blue again, Walt.
I'll light up like a pinball machine if you don't start giving me some peace and quiet.
Can I see Cook?
No, you can't.
Well, why not?
I know you. You'll end up by proving he wasn't even in the city last night. Before the day is gone, we'll be booking Otis for the killing.
Did he do it?
Who?
Otis.
Now, you stop that. Don't you dare start that routine again. I'm the biggest sucker in the world for that thing, and I admit it, but I am prepared. I know who's on first base today.
Who?
Williams. He's playing for... Otis!
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Is that all you can say? Take Diamond down to see that guy Cook. And if you let him back in this office, I'll break every bone in your fat head.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Oh, where is that bicarbonate?
Bye, Walt. I left Walt coming on like Vesuvius, and Otis took me down in the tombs to see Tom Cook. Cook was a man about 25 or 26, put together like a high jumper. He had sandy hair and a nice face. Also, he looked pretty worried.
I tell you, Mr. Diamond, I didn't intentionally run over Jean. She called and asked me to meet her in the park.
Why?
Well, We always met there.
Oh. You say she was pushed in front of the car?
Well, that's what it looked like. There were some bushes right near the sidewalk. She came flying out of them and fell in front of me before I could put on the brakes.
What did she want to see you about?
It was personal.
Now, look. You're up on a manslaughter charge. You can get a lot of time for that. Now, what did she want to see you about?
I can't tell you. I just can't tell you. It would ruin someone.
It's going to wreck you if you don't.
Then it'll have to.
Okay. Did she have any enemies at all? Boyfriends, girlfriends, ex-husbands, jealous icemen?
She had an ex-husband.
When did she separate from him?
About a year ago. Why? Do you think maybe Cooper was jealous?
Is his name Cooper?
Yes, John Cooper.
Oh, live in town?
Well, he was living at 498 West 81st Street, but that was a year ago.
Okay. Tell me where your girl was living.
383 Madison Avenue, apartment 206. She was living under her married name, Cooper.
Sure you don't want to tell me what she wanted to see you about?
I can't, Mr. Diamond.
Okay, but I hope the person you're protecting appreciates it. 5 years in Sing Sing is stretching loyalty a long way.
This person's worth it.
Otis, let me out of here. You locked me up with a Boy Scout. Mr. Cook?
Yes? Who is this?
This is Diamond.
Diamond, I'm so glad you phoned.
Oh?
Remember my ad in the personal columns?
Yes?
Well, I just received a call from someone who claims he saw a man push a girl in front of my son's car.
Oh.
He said he was in a hurry, so he didn't wait around to see the rest. Can you imagine that? In too much of a hurry to stay round.
No, I can't imagine it unless he was running away from something, didn't want to be caught. Did he tell you anything else?
No, I asked his name, but he hung up.
Oh. Well, if you hear from him again, call Lieutenant Levinson, the 5th Precinct. Now I'll call you later.
All right, Mr. Diamond. But now I'm sure my son is innocent.
Well, I hope I can come up with more than your confidence. I knew a guy who yelled frame all the way to the electric chair. They fried him like a lean pork chop. I left the phone booth and took off for John Cooper's apartment. I found the place and gave my rabbit's foot a pat on the hock. The little bunny was still with me because a John Cooper was listed on the mailboxes. I took the steps two at a time.
Yeah, who is it?
The name's Diamond.
I don't want any.
I'm selling a homicide, complete with samples. You better open up.
Hey, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about your ex-wife. She was killed last night.
What?
Mind if I come in?
No, come on in. Jean dead. How did it happen?
She was run over by a car.
Oh, that's awful. Are you from the police?
You get a gold star. Where were you at 11 o'clock Wednesday night?
I was right here in my apartment.
You can prove it?
Well, I didn't leave. I don't guess I can prove it. I hope you don't think I ran over Jean.
I know who ran over. I'm trying to find out who aimed her.
I don't understand.
She was pushed in front of the car.
How do you know that?
Why shouldn't I know that?
Well, I don't know. I guess you should.
When was the last time you saw your ex-wife?
Oh, about 8 months ago. We didn't get along, so we didn't speak after we split up.
You haven't seen her since?
No.
Were you jealous of her new boyfriend?
Jealous? Why should I be?
Good question. I'll see you later, Mr. Cooper.
Yeah. I hope I've been of some help.
You've been dandy. I left Cooper pinning up his gold star and headed for the dead girl's apartment. I knew the law had already been there and that it would probably be locked tighter than a wine truck on Skid Row. I found the landlady's door and gave it a jolt.
Yes? Oh, what do you want?
I'm looking for the landlady.
You want an apartment? We got one coming up in a couple of days. The dame that was in it croaked. You can pay in advance if you want it.
Can I take a look at it?
Nah. Lousy coppers told me not to let anyone in. You got my word, it's a good one.
Oh, well, then you'd better let me talk to your mother.
My mother? My old lady's been dead for 20 years.
She has? Aren't you a little young to be running an apartment all by yourself?
Hey, Sonny.
Yes?
How old do you think I am?
Well, it's hard to tell. I'd say, about 28.
Come on, I'll show you the apartment. But watch those steps. I think you could use some glasses. Right up here, handsome.
Was the poor girl who died married?
Used to be, but she got divorced. Here it is. There you are, honey. Go on in, take a look around. I'll go on back downstairs in case the law comes back. I'll have to stall them, I guess.
Thanks, beautiful.
Oh, that's all right, honey. When you're done, stop in at my place and I'll give you a drink of gin.
I waited until I heard the old bat fly down the stairs, and then I took the place apart. It took me exactly 10 minutes, and even if I do say so, it was a pretty neat job. I was on the last lap, going through the wastebaskets, when I spotted something on the magazine stand. It was just below eye level. It was a late issue of a magazine, and it was addressed to Mr. John Cooper, 498 West 81st Street. I grabbed it and picked up the phone.
Homicide, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, this is Wooly. Was you talking to Lieutenant Levinson?
Oh, how are you, Wooly? Get it for you, chop chop. Pretty good, huh?
Oh, very fine. Chop, chop. Your head, maybe.
Huh?
Wooly say very fine. You speak very fine Chinese.
Oh.
Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, this is Diamond, Walt.
It is. I told Otis I didn't want to talk to you. He said Wu Lee was on the pipe.
Oh, this is Wooly, too, Walt.
Oh, that lame brain Otis. Oh, what is it now, Diamond?
I got a liar in the balcony, Walt.
What are you talking about?
I've spoken to 3 people about the girl who was run over. One of them lied to me. Now, I believe the kid's story. I think she was pushed.
So she was pushed. I can't be bothered with that right now. I'm all tangled up in the Scarborough killing. We found the gun that did the job lying in the bushes in Central Park.
Wait a minute. In Central Park?
Yeah, we traced it to a pawn shop, and the pawnbroker identified one Louis Spiegel as the one that bought the gun.
Walt, what time was Scarborough knocked off?
Shots were heard about 5 minutes to 11. Hey, that's just about the same time that Cook ran over the girl.
You are so right. And Scarborough got killed on the other side of the park. About 5 minutes to run to where the girl got run over.
Now, what are you getting at? If you know something about this Scarborough killing, I
Well,
want you...
some guy called Tom Cook's father and said he saw the girl shoved in front of the car. He wouldn't tell his name because he said he'd get in trouble.
Probably a crank. No one would duck out on a deliberate murder.
Unless he just rubbed out New York's biggest gangster.
Hey.
Yeah. Have you got Louis Spiegel on tap?
No, he's hiding out.
Oh. Well, do me a favor. Check your files and see if you've got a record on a John Cooper.
The dead girl's ex-husband?
Yeah, then I'll call you back. I've got a guy who might show us where we can find Louis Spiegel and the guy who pushed the girl in front of the car.
Killed 2 birds with one stone.
It's quite a billiard shot, but give my little stool pigeon 2 bottles of fermented grape juice and he can run the table. I left the apartment and slipped by the landlady's door. I knew she was building a party because I could smell the 100 proof clear out in the hall. I ducked out on the street and headed for Skid Row in a place called the Parrot Club. When I went in, I spotted my man sitting in his usual spot at the bar. His name was Wilbur Truitt.
Ah, greetings, Bucko. You have come just in the nick. Not having the necessary funds to purchase another bottle of strength, I asked yon bartender to put it on the cuff.
Wilbur,
Whereupon he handed me this can of rat poison. It turned out to be rather soothing in a toxic sort of way. Bucko, you know me. I do not wish to deprive the little rodents of their daily constitution, so I would much rather nurse on the succulent end of a bottle.
Wilbur, I'm looking for someone.
I have been looking for someone all my life, preferably a brewery owner.
Bartender, bring me a bottle.
Oh, noble sir, your overkindness doth rain tears from me. I do embrace your offer.
Now, you don't wrap your hooks around this jug until I find out where Louis Spiegel is.
That is indeed a difficult problem. Mr. Spiegel carried a rather large gun under his arm. Then if I sit here and gaze at that bottle for any great period, I shall become cotton-mouthed and surely choke to death. Mr. Louis Spiegel might be found in the freight yards, hiding in an old shack at the end of 50th Street now. Bucko, I'm rusting.
Here you are, Wilbur, and thanks.
Farewell. Lord knows when we shall meet again. I have faint, cold fear thrills through my veins. But no matter. I have never let a cork confuse me before. Bartender, a corkscrew and bring the cat. I owe him a drink.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Diamond, Walt, what did you find out?
John Cooper has no record. But George Kingsley has.
Oh, alias?
Yeah. George Kingsley, alias John Cooper, did 10 years for embezzlement.
Oh, fine. Thanks, Walt. Now, here's the pitch. Lou Spiegel is in a shack in the freight yards at the end of 49th Street, North River. Get some men to surround the place and have Otis pick up John Cooper and bring him down there. I'll be there in half an hour and give you a couple of killers. All I needed was a motive, so I hung up the phone and headed for the house of my client. Earl Cook.
Oh, come in, Mr. Diamond. I'm very glad you've come.
Mr. Cook, did you...
I want to show you something. Here.
What are they?
Letters to my son. Blackmail letters.
Oh? Where'd you find them?
I was going through my son's things, trying to find something that might help uncover the motive for his accident.
Mind if I take a look?
Well, I can save you the trouble. They're about me.
About you?
Yes. I told you I'm in politics. Well, I am, and I'm a big power. When I began my rise, I was a young criminal lawyer. I had to accept a lot of cases that I might have turned down under different circumstances.
I see.
And the opposition tried everything to discredit me. Smear campaigns. Saying that I was getting acquittals for common thugs who were known to be guilty. Later, when I became a judge, they switched the campaign and said that the men I sentenced were innocent.
Were they?
Of course not. But in those letters to my son, the blackmailer said that he had definite proof that could ruin me. My son knew about my past, and when he started receiving the letters, he was afraid to confront me with the evidence, for fear I might have to admit my dishonesty.
Have you talked with your son?
I just left him. That's why he didn't tell you anything. He thought he was protecting me. His girl, Jean, found out who was sending him the letters, and, well, she was killed before she could tell him.
Well, that fits. If the girl found out, then the blackmailer would not only have to know your son pretty well, but he'd also have to know her.
You think you know who he is?
See this magazine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of the pages are cut up. Now, take a look at these blackmail notes. They're formed with cut-out letters to spell out the words. The type is the same as the type on the magazine.
Where did you get that magazine?
In the girl's apartment.
Well, then she must have had something to do with it.
She found the magazine, all right, but it wasn't hers. Look, Mr. Cook.
Yes?
Did you ever send a man to prison named Kingsley?
Yes, I believe so. For embezzling.
Thanks.
Where are you going?
I'll call you later. I've got a date at the freight yard.
Oh, hello, Rick. We've got Spiegel boxed up. He's in that shack down there.
Will he come out?
If he does, it'll be feet first.
Well, I guess he'd rather have it that way. Any shooting?
He tried a couple, but I had the boys hold their fire until you got here.
I see. Where's John Cooper?
Otis hasn't showed up with him yet.
Let me use your loudspeaker, Walt.
Oh, sure, go ahead, but keep your head down.
Spiegel, Lou.
Why, that lowlife, I'll blast him to kingdom come.
Hold it, Walt. Spiegel knows me.
Louis, this is Diamond. I want to talk with you.
You better get out of here, Diamond. This ain't none of your business.
Lou, you've got my word there'll be no shooting. I want to talk to you.
Look, Diamond, I know they want me for the Scarborough killing, and I say, okay, I've done the job. But I'm allergic to electricity, and I don't like cops. You blow this place apart, I say okay, too. And that's the way I want it. Now, do you still want to talk?
I want 5 minutes.
Okay, come on down, but keep your hands behind your neck.
Walt, no shooting, huh?
Okay, but I think you're crazy. He kills guys for practice.
I moved out from behind the boxcar and put my hands behind my head. I started down toward the shack, and I could see Spiegel looking at me over the barrel of a .45. One bad move from any of the men stationed around the yards, and I was going to get dead quick. I walked up to the shack and went in.
That's far enough, Diamond. You've got 5 minutes.
It won't take that long, Lou.
Keep your hands where they are.
Oh, I thought you might want a cigarette.
Oh. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I'm all out.
Yeah. Keep the pack.
Just one. I got a date.
Yeah. Light?
I can make it. 4 minutes, Diamond.
Did you see a girl shoved in front of a car the night you knocked off Scarborough?
Yeah. I called some guy and I told him about it. I read his ad in the personals, but I couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, because then the law would know you were in the park.
Looks like it don't make much difference now.
The kid who ran over the girl is in on a manslaughter rap. You'll get 5 or 10.
That's tough. You got 3.5 minutes.
Lou, did you get a good look at the man who gave the girl the shove?
Sure, I'd remember him.
Rick?
What do they want?
I'll see.
With your hands up, you'll see.
Sure.
What is it, Walt?
Otis has got Cooper.
Lou, will you do me a favor?
I don't know.
I want you to tell me if the guy they've got up there is the one who pushed the girl.
Sure. But I can't see him from here.
I'll have him brought down.
I hope you ain't up to something. I don't want to see no kid get sent up in a bum rap. But if you get funny, you get holes.
Walt, how about us bring Cooper halfway down to the shack?
He doesn't want to go.
Then drag him. I've only got 2 minutes.
They bringing him?
Yeah, here he comes.
Okay. Out that door.
What are you doing?
I'm doing you a favor. I'm tired of this shack, and I'm walking out with you in front of me.
Okay.
Don't get too far ahead.
Rick, what's Spiegel up to?
I don't know. Hold your fire.
I'm surprised at you. Even if I identified this guy, it wouldn't hold water. I got a bad reputation.
Hey, what's going on?
Take it easy, Otis.
You can't do this to me. What's this all about?
That's the guy, Diamond.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure you do. I saw you push that dame in front of the car.
You're crazy.
Now, I don't like that. You got just 10 seconds to admit it.
I won't admit anything.
Then I shoot you.
Hey, you can't.
Shut up, Flatfoot.
Stay out of this, Otis.
I tell you, I won't admit anything.
5 seconds.
Come on, Cooper. I found out all about your prison record. I know Cook sent you up and you wanted to get even. You found those letters Tom wrote to your ex-wife, so you started blackmailing him. And I know you lied when you said you hadn't seen your ex-wife. I found a magazine in her apartment with your address on it.
Time's up.
No. All right, I did it.
You're too late. I'm on schedule.
Oh, you idiot. Why did you shoot him?
What's the difference? I kill people, he kills people. Besides, he wasn't polite. So long, Diamond. You got your favor.
He's making a break.
You'll never make it.
Spiegel, in the name of the law, stop.
For what?
Yeah, they got him.
They sure did.
You know something? He wasn't such a bad guy.
Wasn't he? I guess he's killed a dozen people in his time, but maybe you're right. Maybe he kissed them all goodbye before he pulled the trigger.
Well, I got a right to an opinion.
Yeah, and it scares me a little. You're lucky you didn't try to pull a gun on him. You looked pretty silly telling everybody what a nice guy he was after he'd shot off the top of your head. Lots of lemon, honey.
What's that you're playing?
I don't know. It says on the sheet music for kazoo and voice.
You idiot. Here, see how this tastes.
Oh, that's swell. But can't you drop a mussel in it or something?
No, that's plenty strong.
Oh.
The last time you complained about my weak drinks, Francis had to carry you home piggyback.
Yeah, remind me to buy him a saddle.
I hear they let the cook boy out of jail this evening.
Well, how the dickens did you know that?
Never mind, I find out things.
You have been snooping.
Well, you won't tell me anything about your cases.
How did you find out? Helen?
No.
You'll be sorry.
Here. You sing this, and I'll tell you how I found out.
Well, I don't know whether I can. Your lips tell me no, but there's yes in your eyes. I've been missing your kissing just because I wasn't wise. I'll stop my scheming and dreaming, 'cause I realize your
Rick, that's wonderful.
Oh, okay, now make like a truth serum, or I sing 20 courses of McNamara's band.
Well, I was looking for you, so I called Walt Levinson. He told me all about it. Very elementary, my dear Diamond.
Oh, get her.
Do I look smug?
Close your eyes and let's see.
Now, that's silly. Why do I have to close my eyes?
Close your eyes. Oh, that's better.
Rick, aren't you nice?
I certainly am. But people always notice my dimples first.
Come here.
Helen. You're looking smug again.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Eleanor Audley, William Johnstone, Sam Edwards, David Ellis, and Frank Lovejoy. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandell. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evening. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, The Ethel Merman Show, and the NBC Symphony. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
To Dr. Ludwig Zoya, 1241 Leavenworth, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, Edith Hamilton.
No caper?
No caper. Dear Doctor, if I owe you an apology for not keeping you informed on the progress of the assignment and for letting it drag on as long as it has, then I'll have to go on owing you, which makes us even because you don't owe me anything. The start of it was a month ago. 32 days, 8 hours, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds, to be exact.
Ah, Mr. Spade.
Dr. Zoya?
Good to see you. Let me think. How long is it?
3 years since I visited your office. That was when you were my leading suspect in the Denov case.
Ah, yes, poor Denov. It was he who pointed out that we psychoanalysts are not unlike you detectives.
Uh-huh.
We probe, we question, we follow up clues in order to find out what is the dark secret which has nervously disturbed the human mind. But we are limited. We have only our patients' words and our interpretations. Sometimes that is not enough. And that is why I need your help in this particular case.
What case is that, Dr. Sawyer?
Please do not interrupt the free flow of my thoughts.
Pardon me.
Naturally, my ego feels a certain resentment against my id for asking you for your help. What makes me think I need a detective?
Well, my id was just asking my ego the very same question.
Now, you too feel resentment. We must analyze that later. Bring me your grievances. But now to the case.
Oh, yes, the case.
This woman was referred to me by her physician. She has suffered a complete nervous collapse because she thought she recognized a certain person crossing the street. A person she had not seen for years.
Who was that?
My patient's son died under mysterious circumstances 3 years ago. And the woman she thought she saw was her daughter-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
It was widely reported in the newspapers at the time. Perhaps you remember it. Carter Hamilton?
Carter Hamilton. Oh, Roanoke, Virginia. 1946. The mother accused her son's wife of murdering him. Daughter-in-law was hauled up before the grand jury, but not indicted. Dropped right out of sight afterwards.
Good, you know that case. Well, actually, my patient is suffering from an agonizing sense of guilt. Unconsciously, she thinks that she herself murdered her son.
Did she?
Well, there may be something tangible at the bottom of so profound a feeling of guilt.
You mean you want me to help you convince her that she really is guilty?
No. That is for me. But first, we must find out. What we must find out is somebody else, whether they are guilty.
What? Go all the way to Virginia, solve a crime that's been off the books for 3 years?
No. The daughter-in-law is actually here in San Francisco.
Well, if I remember right, she wasn't the only suspect.
Well, whether she is innocent or guilty is of no importance. It is only important that we know. What? Excuse me. Yes, Miss Case.
Mrs. Hamilton is here, Dr. Zoya.
Oh, good, Miss Case. Send her in. This is my case. I mean, my patient. I want you to meet her. Yes. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
The woman who stood framed in the doorway was a tall, commanding figure, impeccably dressed in black, with an easy $100,000 worth of black pearls wound around her neck and a black veil covering her face. She walked in ahead of you, displaying not a sign of nervousness, and stopped directly in front of me. Very deliberately, she lifted the veil, revealing a youthfully old face, deeply tanned and set off by snow-white hair. Only her enormous violet eyes showed any expression. She stared at me for what seemed like a full minute.
Yes, you do.
You look like the other one.
Well, perhaps you had better explain, Mrs. Hamilton.
My daughter-in-law, Edith, was very much in love with another man before she married my son, Carter. He jilted her. Carter was second choice. It was I who talked her into marrying him. That's why I'll never rest until my son's death is avenged.
We must analyze this desire for vengeance.
Oh, yes. Yes, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that Edith was dead, stabbed with the same bone-handled hunting knife she used to kill my son.
Yes. Well, no. You just lie down on the couch and relax, Mrs. Hamilton. I'll be with you in a moment. Come, Mr. Speaking. This is the most disturbing new development, her dream. You must get to that girl as soon as possible. Her life may be in danger.
You mean the old lady is mixed up enough to take a shot at her?
Here is the address. And take this briefcase.
Why the briefcase?
Well, there are legal papers in it regarding the Hamilton estate. They require her signature. I had Mrs. Hamilton arrange for you to take them to her instead of the attorney.
I'm supposed to pose as a lawyer. While I'm there, I'm supposed to shake a confession out of her. And while I'm typing it up, I'm a bodyguard. You're getting a lot for your money, Dr. Zoya. I spent the next hour or so in a newspaper morgue briefing myself on the old Hamilton case. The victim, Carter Hamilton, was the 28-year-old tail end of an old Virginia family whose blood was as rich as it was blue. The accounts of the killing were sketchy. At the old plantation, Carter Hamilton had been found one morning by his mother dead in bed of a stab wound. The knife was never turned up. Somebody had wiped everything in the room clean of fingerprints, which sounded like robbery until it was established that nothing was missing. The state was counting heavily on Mrs. Hamilton Sr.'s testimony in their case against the daughter-in-law, but an odd angle I'd forgotten. The old lady had clammed up in front of the grand jury, and the case was dropped for lack of evidence. Then there was a picture. She was the kind of a girl who looks her best in a riding outfit with her freckles showing, and then surprises you by looking even better in full makeup with her shoulders showing. Candid is the word that best describes her features. Large, widely spaced eyes, a generous mouth, and an expression of unaffected sincerity. It was with a certain reluctant eagerness that I kicked myself up Stockton Street to Pine, across Pine to Bush, and up 3 flights of stairs.
Yes?
Mrs. Edith Hamilton?
Yes. You must be from the attorneys. They wired me you were coming. Come in.
Thank you.
Not that I'm in hiding, but I'm curious as to how they got my address. Would you like a drink?
Well, not right now. Can I fix you one?
In about 20 minutes, maybe. I'm still wondering
how they located you? I think the elder Mrs. Hamilton saw you on the streets.
Oh, is she here in San Francisco?
Yes. Is that so surprising?
No, it's a large city. What is surprising is her staying on after learning that I was in town.
She's not very well. In fact, I think she's had some kind of a nervous breakdown.
I'm sorry to hear that. I'm very fond of her, you know, in spite of everything.
No, I didn't know. Maybe I should explain. I'm a private detective local. I was hired here in San Francisco to bring these papers to you.
Oh, you found me.
I seem to be a little slow introducing myself. I'm sorry. Sam Spade.
Well, if it had to be a detective, I'm glad it's you. But I can't help wondering why they didn't send a lawyer.
And lawyers cost $50 an hour. I only cost 10.
Oh. In the private eye stories, it's always $25 a day and expenses.
I wish those writers would get abreast of the times.
I'm sure they'll catch up. But if you're being paid by the hour, perhaps I can keep you here a little longer.
I'm glad you said that.
You remind me of someone.
Pleasantly, I hope.
Yes. Oh, yes. And sadly, too.
Your husband?
If you don't know about that, I hope you'll never find out.
I'll leave that up to you.
His hair was like yours. He was thinner. And his eyes were blue. Maybe we shouldn't wait till 5 o'clock for that drink.
It was a funny kind of a drink. I'd never been hit by one before, black velvet. After 2 of them, I even began to hate myself a little less. And after the third, I decided there was some mystical connection between the drink and the color of her eyes. black velvet. I don't know much about music, but the way she went at the piano, you knew she wasn't afraid of it, and probably wasn't afraid of anything. The pieces she played were like her, bold and at the same time delicate. Simple, but with a web of complexities in the background. Brilliant, but always colored with sadness. What's the matter?
I want you to take me someplace.
Where?
Any place. Dinner. I don't care. I just want to go someplace with you. With you.
Hey.
What is it, Sam?
I thought we were going out. I never paid much attention to San Francisco before I met her. It's quite a place. There's a little park up on Russian Hill where you can stand and look out over the houses of the marina to the Golden Gate. There's an island in San Francisco even worse than Alcatraz. It's in the middle of the lake at Flashacker Zoo, and instead of gorillas, the population is nothing but monkeys. There are only 2 laundries in Chinatown. And out at Golden Gate Park, they have a band concert every Sunday afternoon. Maybe it was just the bright weather, but everything looked clean and shiny, as if somebody had taken a scrubbing brush to all the buildings. We even fed seagulls. At first, she never went any further into her past than the day before yesterday. I couldn't very well charge her for the progress I was not making on the case, so when I learned that you'd sent old Mrs. H to a nursing home for a 2-week rest and Edith did not need bodyguarding for the time being, I took a job that took me down to Los Angeles for a few days. I was awful glad to get back, and not because I don't like L.A.
Sam. Oh, darling, you were gone so long.
Hey, the posies.
Oh, give them to me.
Well, I like that. This is the last time I make a fool out of myself buying flowers.
I'll love them later.
Hey, you're trembling. What happened while I was gone?
What happened to me happened before you went away. You know that. Sam, while you were gone, I had a lot of time and I did a lot of thinking. And I came to a very important decision. There was something I knew I had to tell you. And I wasn't so sure I could get through it.
Oh, look, Angel, it sounds serious. I don't think this is the time.
Oh, but it is. Yes, it is. Here, take it before I change my mind.
What is it?
I wrote it all down. Sit here, facing away from the piano. And don't say anything until you've read it through.
Oh, okay. The opening sentence hit me straight between the eyes. It said, I, Edith Hamilton, of my own free will, make the following confession. It was addressed to the District Attorney of Roanoke, Virginia. And that, Dr. Zoya, was when I headed back to your office. Not to have my head examined, it was too late for that, but to tell you that I was resigning this caper. On the way, I placed 2 ads in the classified sections of 3 papers. One under office space for rent and one under situations wanted. Ex-private detective desires position as night watchman, prison guard, asylum attendant, or any more pleasant line of work. And I really meant it.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
Mr. Spade, what is it? You're disturbed.
Disturbed is not the word, Mr. Zoya.
Is it because you've been with her a week and a half and there's yet no progress? Let us analyze the situation.
The whole setup has been rotten from the beginning. You send me to that girl under false pretenses. You tell me to worm my way into her confidence.
Now, one moment. Did I tell you this?
How else did you expect me to get a confession out of it? Should have got the play when that old lady said I looked like a man Edith was once in love with. You thought she'd fall for me, didn't you? You thought I'd take advantage of it, didn't you? Well, you could hire somebody else to make love to her. I'm a detective, not a gigolo.
So she did make a confession to you.
Why do you say that?
When a patient comes to a psychoanalyst for help, a situation develops which we call transference. Now, this means that the doctor represents to the patient someone in whom he can confide, to whom he can unburden himself. such as a parent or a loved one.
Well, then let's
But
don't
this
go
is
on
not
with it.
important. No. Well, at the moment, that is, what you feel toward me at the moment is what we call negative transference. You wish to continue to make love to her, but you feel guilty about it, so you blame me.
Well, what then? What are you driving at?
In this love affair of yours, we have a similar situation. But what she feels for you only resembles love. It is transference. You resemble a former lover.
Yeah.
And that is why it only took a week and a half for her to reveal everything. Oh, sometimes I think I am too ethical. Or too old. Come now. Why don't you tell me? You'll feel better.
There's nothing to tell. She had it written down. I didn't read past the word confession.
Well, what did you do with it?
I destroyed it.
I see. Well?
Now
Miss
what?
Case. Miss Case, what is it?
Miss Hamilton.
It was Mrs. Hamilton, all right. But she didn't look much like the dignified old lady I had met in your office 10 days before. Her high-piled white hair was hanging in 2 ratty pigtails. She was wearing a nurse's cape over a flannel hospital nightgown, and in her hand was a .32 caliber gun.
Mrs. Hamilton, why did you leave the nursing home?
You lied to me, Dr. Sawyer. That place is nothing but an asylum.
Well, you know that isn't true. Come, give me the gun. You're tired. You must rest.
Yes. Now I can rest. I've killed her.
What? Miss Case, she's fainted. Get some water.
Let me see that gun. I'm going to Edith's place. Get an ambulance over there and don't stop to analyze anything. Edith was slumped forward over the piano keyboard. She was barely breathing. The old lady wasn't much of a hand with a gun. 4 of the slugs had punctured the big studio window. 1 had torn a flesh wound in her shoulder. The other had penetrated the right side, just below the rib cage, and there was not much bleeding at the wound of exit. Her face was pale and the skin cold to the touch. I gambled on a hunch she was suffering mainly from shock, moved her over to a couch, threw a blanket over her, and poured hot coffee into her. After a bit, her color started coming back. Then she opened her eyes.
Oh, I thought you went away. I must have dreamed it.
Lie still, Angel. Don't try to talk.
Oh, please, don't let them know what happened. Don't...
Take it easy. It's only the
Oh,
ambulance.
I've got to save Mother Hamilton. You see, I've got to get rid of that knife and I can't let it hang.
I rode in the ambulance with her. She was still unconscious when they carried her into surgery. They told me she was out of danger. When they threw me out that night, I went back to her apartment. What she'd said about saving old Mrs. Hamilton and getting rid of the knife gave me a new slant on that confession I hadn't read. The pieces were still on the floor where I'd thrown them. It took me nearly an hour to put the jigsaw together, and when I did, it was still a puzzle. In her story of that morning 3 years ago, she confessed to finding the body before the official discovery, to hiding the knife and wiping the doorknobs and surfaces in the death room to get rid of fingerprints. She couldn't remember anything that had happened in the 8 hours between 1 a.m., when she had left her husband drinking in the library and gone upstairs to bed, and approximately 9 in the a.m., when she found herself standing over his body with a knife in her hand. I stretched out on the sofa to think it over, and then I drew a blank.
Spade, wake up.
What? How did you get in here?
Well, I've been reading that so-called confession. Very interesting. We must analyze it.
You analyze it. I'm going to call the hospital.
I've just come from there.
How is she?
Physically, nothing serious. Mentally, she's not so good. She keeps asking for you.
Yeah?
She thinks you can help her. Yeah, it's definitely there, the delusion that she's in love with you.
What makes you so sure it's a delusion? Don't answer that. When can I see her?
Well, it's best that you wait until she comes home. That will be next Tuesday.
Look, you're supposed to be a first-class head doctor. Can't you cure this amnesia of Edith?
I thought I explained to you last night when we were discussing transference.
Please, Dr. Zoya, please. I know you mean well, but don't. I beg of you.
Well, it's not important. When she gets to know you better, she will realize that her love for you is irrational. And then she will remember everything.
I kept myself busy like crazy until Edith checked out of the hospital. There wasn't much talk between us at first. Even her music was reticent, little rambling improvisations that sounded like children's songs or lullabies with something just a little acid mixed with their simplicity. Then as the days went by and her strength and confidence started to return, her music became serene and graceful. It became like her as she sat there at the piano in front of the big window with its afternoon sun streaming down on the San Francisco hilltops, while at the same time the April fog bank started its nightly prowl in through the Golden Gate. And that was like her, too, and like her music. Brilliant, but with a touch of melancholy. And then one day it was all warmth and brilliance, and she was smiling.
Sam?
Yeah, Angel.
I remember now.
So that's it.
I woke up this morning feeling so happy. And then I knew I was on the verge of it. Because I knew that however bad the truth might be, it was worth not remembering. Even if I was a murderer, you'd rather know, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't.
Why? I thought I knew you so well. Darling, are you angry?
Yeah.
But at me?
Yes, you. The first time I came here, I tried to give you a fair warning. You should have figured the score when I told you I was a private detective. You'd even read the stories where in the end the detective doesn't have any choice but to turn in the beautiful dame, no matter what his personal feelings are. Maybe you didn't think they were true to life, or maybe you thought I was an exception to the rule because you are. Well, I'm not. Truth is, I was hired to get a confession out of you any way I could, and I think in the back of your mind you've known it all along. You want to have your confession and eat it, too. You probably learned as a child that it's smarter to tell all and be patted on the back than to be found out and get spanked.
How can you be so smug and so self-satisfied and so... Whatever made me think I was in love with you? Just because you looked a little like someone who I...
Zoya was right. Only he thought you were kidding yourself, too. Zoya called it transference. I call it baloney. Goodbye.
You come back here. You can't just leave like...
And that, Dr. Zoya, is why I never heard her confession. It turned into a lover's quarrel. But I understand she paid $25 an hour to rattle it off to you. I have before me your telephonic message. I haven't had time to analyze it, but at first glance I take it to mean that Edith was innocent of everything except destroying evidence. Motive, to spare her mother-in-law the anguish of knowing that her son was a suicide. I'm sorry, now that I know what her story was, that I didn't stay to hear her tell it. But that, as you would say, is not important. At least I cured her of that love delusion you were so worried about, even though it took a month to do it. Period, and a report.
Oh, Sam, sacrificing yourself so self-sacrificingly rather than shatter a mother's delusion.
Yeah, some other time, huh?
I'm sorry, Sam. I'll go type this up. Well, here it is, Sam. Sam, where did you go? Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart.
Sam, where did you go?
I'm downstairs in the bar.
Sam, there's so much noise on the line, I can't...
I'm drowning my sorrows.
Well, you don't need to shout. Oh, hold the line a minute. Yes? May I help you?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was hoping I might find Mr. Spade in.
Hello?
Would you like to leave a message?
Oh, tell him Edith Hamilton called.
Oh. Ooh!
F, are you still on the phone?
Ooh. Oh, pardon me. Yes, dear?
What happened? Are you taking a bath?
Nothing at all. One moment, please. Miss Hamilton, I have him on the line. He's downstairs in the bar. And if you'll hurry, you can just catch him, I'm sure.
Oh, downstairs. Well, I will hurry. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sam, are you still on the line?
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Just go ahead and drown your sorrows. But don't get loaded. Good night, Sam.
Well, good night, sweetheart.
I'm going to take piano lessons.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.